office. I mean, they just went nuts about me coming in there.
Okay.
It was good. And then he called me. I didn't see him, but he called me on his cell phone last week.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting has been duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 082, and the time is 6:03 p.m. Thank you.
Instructional aid.
More of a crowd than
I know. We got cards, Quentin.
That's because they all heard that the board was going to vote on it tonight and trying to hide things.
Secondary principal, that's going to be interesting. Jeff, James, and Lisa will probably be between, I don't know. Lisa's,
All three of them.
yeah. Okay. So are they going to do Haynes and Boone tonight?
We have
Yeah, and you got another month.
3 weeks.
Huh?
3 weeks.
Yeah.
It is 3 weeks from
Hey,
tonight.
but you know what?
Bye.
We're gonna have
Thanks for being
we're gonna
here.
have a Friday
Okay,
off
see you
a
tomorrow.
week from Friday.
Yeah.
And then another Friday. Oh, sorry. How are you? And then another Friday right after that on
Hey,
the 12th.
yeah. If we don't have any bad weather.
We've done a lot of
I know.
I believe that we might be able to make it, but you know what? You're exactly right. You never know for sure. Huh?
We didn't have what?
talk about having any security.
No, we
And
didn't
actually,
think.
we actually thought about it, but because of the other ones where we had security, we thought,
That was the reason. We had security. Nothing happened.
no one showed up. So we'll be all right. I can take them.
Well,
Well, no, this.
signs going up.
Well, Carol just needs to set some criteria so everyone can see the board.
They did that up there.
That was at the.
That was a public.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Because the people behind them can't see. So
I know it.
As a courtesy, she can say, as a courtesy,
Yeah.
if she wants.
and it's
Hi
gonna
there,
be,
Miss Kathy.
If she wants for the attorneys to go before
I'm
everything,
going to ask her.
Yeah, because we're paying them.
but they're ready to be wherever they need to be. I've already briefed
We're
them
not
on
going
it.
to sit them and let them. I don't think they need to sit and wait
No.
for 30 people.
No. That's cruel and unusual punishment.
Even for attorneys.
plus, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for clarification on that.
Oh my God.
But if he wants to hold the sign, he can go to the back of the room so he doesn't block anybody's
stand
view.
up and-
Yeah. I'm surprised somebody hasn't tapped him on the shoulder yet. Okay, I guess I'm ready.
Make sure his mic's off.
It is. I don't know if this.
Make sure that.
Testing.
No, it's not. Yes.
Wonders of technology.
Hey, don't know if you want to say any of Dr. Haynes' conversations on live video of the board meeting. Yeah.
So,
What have I been saying?
Hey, let me have Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, we have a full house. Always happy to see some people wanting to come and hear about budgets. It's okay. You can laugh. It's all right. Okay, the time is 7:07, and we will now reconvene into open session. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, moving on. I see Miss Vernell Gregg is in the town. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? Good. Okay. I need a motion to consider the items discussed in closed session, please.
Ms. Carr, I'd like to, I move that all personnel recommendations, including all resignations, new hires, administrative contract renewals, and non-extensions be approved as presented by administration.
Motion, Ms. Latham, second, Ms. Sheffield. Anybody, any discussions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is unanimous. Moving on to awards, recognitions, and presentations. LISD All-State Musicians. Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Kyer. I would like to recognize Mr. Bill Watson, who's going to introduce our incredible number of all-state musicians.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Waddell, and community. We have the Texas All-State process consists of several eliminations over 4 auditions. The students standing here today placed among the top 1% of all students that began the audition process, and actually the top 0.025% of all high school musicians. LIC is fortunate to have 47 of these students. Tonight I will introduce the director of each organization, and they will introduce their all-state students. We'll start with the orchestra. This is Kevin Sluter from the Lewisville Orchestra.
This is Evan Henderson, LHS Orchestra's first ever All-State member.
This is the director of the Flower Mound Orchestra, Miss Ann Smith.
Flower Mound Orchestra had 2 students this year earn positions in the All-State Orchestras. First is Jonathan Fields, and second is Aaron Huang.
Do we have any parents of these students here also? Would you please stand? Thank you. Now we're going to bring on the choir. This is Miss Margaret Miller, the choir director at the Colony.
Hi, this is Gillian White, and she has been a member of the top choir at All-State 2 years in a row as an alto 2.
And from the Lewisville Choir, Mr. Steve Crow.
This is Danielle Arelis, who was first chair, alto 2 mixed choir.
This is the choir director from Hebron High School, Miss Rachel Forrester.
Good evening. I'm excited to introduce Judson Seeley, a member of the mixed choir is a tenor 1, and Parker Swindling, a member of the mixed choir bass 2, and unavailable this evening because she's singing in a choir this evening is Catherine Brode, who was first chair soprano 1.
The choir director at Flower Mound High School is Dr. Mark Rohr.
Good evening. We have 5 members to announce to you tonight. Haley McNeese, Addison Patillo, Ben Ladke, Jordan Sloan, who's unable to attend tonight, and Henrik Zetterstrom, all of whom sang in the All-State Mixed Choir.
And this is Mr. Wes Davis. He's the Associate Director of Choir at Marcus High School.
Good evening. We're lucky to have 6 members of the All-State Choirs here with us from Marcus High School. First is Leanne Halliburton, 3-time All-Stater. Alto 1. Autumn Langston, Senior, Alto 2. Two-time All-Stater Abby McIlvain, Alto 1. Junior Kevin Easley, bass 2. Junior Austin Gunter, bass 2. And senior Preston Smith, tenor 1, mixed choir.
Would the parents of these students please stand? Parents? Thank you. Yeah, we have a little elevation. Thank you. Okay, and finally we have the All-State Band students. This is Dr. Marty Courtney, the Director of Bands at Lewisville High School, and he'll be introducing his All-State students.
First, we have junior tuba player Ryan Langer. This is his second time to make All-State. And then we have Alex Tomkovich, euphonium player. He is also a junior. This is also his second time to be first chair All-State on euphonium.
And next we have the Flower Mound High School Band. Director is Brent Biscup.
We had 5 All-Staters. The first one here, if you'll just wave, Shilpa Kudva, senior flautist. Was Shilpa's second time to make All-State. Jinte Park, also a second-time All-Stater junior on clarinet. Paul Park, second-year All-Stater sophomore on clarinet. Matthew Tuggle, bass trombone player, also a sophomore. And Sean Vong, also a sophomore bass clarinet player.
Okay, our next group is the Hebron High School Band, and their director is Andy Seeley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our pleasure to be here representing Hebron High School. I want to introduce the following students to you. Next to me is senior English horn player Shindy Liu. Sophomore clarinet player Rachel Phillips. Freshman clarinetist Soyoung Shin. Senior oboe player Rahul Dadwani. Sophomore flute player Young Jang. Senior French horn player Trevin Sell. Freshman French horn player Colin Stodd. Sophomore tenor sax player Eric Wajaya. And we have one student unable to be here this evening. If you'll recognize him in absentia, Nicholas Lukig, senior alto sax player. Give a hand for Nicholas.
Okay, and our final group is the Marcus High School Band, and their director is Amanda Drinkwater.
Good evening. We are so proud to introduce our all-state students from Marcus Band in alpha order. This is Daniel Arnold. He's a junior trombonist. This is Kristen Eifert. She's a sophomore B-flat clarinetist. Hannah Gregory is a senior B-flat clarinet. Taylor Horn, junior B-flat clarinet. Kristen Letry, senior E-flat clarinet. Rebecca Lowshelder, senior trombone. Dakota Keller, senior trumpet. Ramon Ontiveros, he's a junior alto saxophone. Chad Ralston, junior percussionist. Chris Sterling, junior alto clarinet. And John Ushel, senior oboe.
Do we have any parents of All-State Band members? Would you please stand? Thank you.
No way I could resist saying that I think Lewisville Independent School District has the best fine arts program in Texas, and that means the United States. This is a good example of that. We had 2 choirs, the Texas Music Educators Association Convention, which is a tremendous honor. We have students go there every year. We have both the first and second place state 5A marching band contest winners, and it just goes on and on and on. That having this number of all-staters is phenomenal. So congratulations to all these people.
Okay. Usually we would move on to the open forum.
We have Dr. Haynes.
Oh, Dr. Haynes. Oh, look at that. I'm just jumping ahead to the lawyers. Dr. Haynes, the Crystal Award to Communications Department from the Texas School Public Relations Association, TSPA. Dr. Haynes. Oh, there she is.
Karen, Ms. Permetti is going to do this presentation, if it's all right with you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you. Actually, I would like Leanne Bandy to come up and join us on stage to share about our award. She represented us at the Texas Schools Public Relations Association, and she also wrote the nomination, and she knows the skinny on all the districts we beat, so for this award.
A few weeks ago, the Texas School Press Association met, and they awarded many school districts throughout the state of Texas with some really fine awards for superior work done in the state of Texas. The Texas Press Association is the largest school press association in the country, so it's significant to note that what we won last month for the work that we did last school year was substantial. We won 10 gold awards, 3 silver awards, 2 bronze awards, 2 best of category medals, and the Crystal Commendation for the work that the communications team did with strategic design last year. The thing that made me the most proud about the work that Karen and our group did, was that it was all of us, but it was a very competitive category. The best school districts entered school and community partnerships. They gave out, the judges said it was hard to award this one because the entries were so strong that they gave out certificates of merit in addition to the trophy that was awarded to Lewisville. So we pretty much rocked it.
Thank you, Leanne. Okay, moving on. If there are no objections from the board, we're going to move on to the first informational item, the report from attorney on school finance litigation. Dr. Burnett, I know our lawyers are here, and we pay them by the hour, so we're going to let them go first.
Thank you, Ms. Kyer. As you may recall, in 2011, the Texas legislature cut school funding by over $5 billion. For Lewisville ISD, that was a $50 million plus hit that we lost in revenues. And about a year ago, we asked the board to consider joining the school finance lawsuit to sue the state over their inadequate funding and the other issues related to that. The suit was successful at trial court, and we have our attorneys from Haynes and Boone's to provide a more in-depth look at what has just happened.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you very much. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here and to give you a brief update on the school finance litigation. I'm John Turner with Haynes and Boone. I have a couple of my colleagues here with me, Michelle Jacobs and Micah Skidmore, who were involved in the litigation as well for Haynes and Boone. And we have about a 10-minute presentation with some slides here. I will move quickly through them and do my best to give you an update on what's going on in the school finance litigation, where we are today, and what happens next. A brief recap. The school finance lawsuit involved 6 different plaintiff groups that brought claims in the case. 4 of those were school district groups, the top 4 on this slide. And one of those groups was what we called the Calhoun County ISD Coalition that we represented, which included Lewisville. The 4 school district parties had many claims in common and worked together cooperatively during the case. There were some areas where their interests were diverged a little bit, but by and large worked very closely together. There were 2 other parties in the case. Number 5 on this slide was an intervener group that brought a different kind of claim I'll discuss in a moment. And then finally, the Texas Charter School Association was also a party. All of these groups were combined into a single lawsuit and had a single trial that just was completed here in February. This map just demonstrates how much of the state was involved in one way or another in the school finance litigation. Over 60% of school districts were represented, and well over 60% of the students in the state were represented by one of those districts. Again, the coalition we represented had 88 school districts. 6 of those 88 served as named plaintiffs, and Lewisville was one of those. And being a named plaintiff meant more work involved. It meant the requirement of producing documents, the requirement that the superintendent, Dr. Waddell, give testimony in a deposition. And so those 6 districts really bore the burden for our coalition. A few key dates for you. The trial began back in October. It lasted over 3 months. The school district's part of the case was over in December. The state rested in January, and then the intervener groups had a few weeks of testimony, and finally closing statements and the announcement of the ruling from the trial judge happened on February the 4th in Austin. Just a few numbers about that trial. There were superintendents, former superintendents, various experts, both in-state and national experts in different areas of education policy and education finance. Really, it was a forum for the discussion of many major issues in education policy and in school finance in Texas. Just to summarize the claims that were part of the case, the top 2 listed on this slide, the adequacy and the state property tax claim, are the 2 claims that were brought by our coalition. And in fact, the other school district coalitions also asserted those same claims. And just in summary form, adequacy was a claim that asserted that school districts in Texas are currently underfunded in relation to the new performance standards and expectations that the legislature has recently implemented. And under case law in Texas, that is something that we believe failed the constitutional requirement known as the general diffusion of knowledge requirement. I'll address that in a moment. We also brought a claim that the system had effectively become a state property tax, meaning that local school districts had lost meaningful discretion to set a local property tax rate and effectively were forced to tax at certain levels by a combination of state requirements and rules. There were several other claims brought by other coalitions that we did not bring. One of them an equity claim which attacked the current distribution of funding between school districts. That was brought by 2 of the other coalitions and to some extent a third. And then finally, the intervener group I spoke about earlier asserted that because of certain structural elements related to school finance and school policy in Texas today, our system was failing the standard of efficiency that is built into the Texas Constitution. And the argument that they made was that without more competition among schools, without adjustments to the way we compensate teachers, there are some inherent inefficiencies in the system that fail this constitutional standard. And then finally, the Charter School Association alleged that the system of funding for charter schools was unconstitutional, particularly with regard to the facilities for charter schools. All of that comes from a constitutional provision which really began as some fairly vague and general language that I've put up here on the slide, but which the courts have interpreted over time to impose certain substantive requirements on the public school system and gave rise to the claims I just reviewed. Just to give you a flavor for some of the evidence that was presented in support of the adequacy and state property tax claims, fundamentally this was a case about rising standards and rising expectations and decreasing revenues, all happening at the same time. The basic argument was the state must provide funding to school districts sufficient to meet increased expectations and standards, and that has not happened, principally because the very time of the implementation of the new STAR and end-of-course exam system coincided with the largest funding cuts to public education our state has ever seen. As Dr. Burnett mentioned, about a $5.3 billion cut that took place in 2011. which left us below the per-student levels we had been on an inflation-adjusted basis since 1996 and 97. The results of that were reflected in school districts having to cut teachers despite enrollment growth, increased class sizes, and this was a big part of the evidence at trial. Even before that budget cut, as was pointed out during the trial, Texas among the states ranked very low, according to the state's own expert. Adjusted for comparative wages around the country, Texas ranked 48th even before those budget cuts. I believe now that the numbers would indicate we're probably about 49th. And then, again, we are now, with the budget cuts in the 2011-12 school year, as a state, on average, are below where we have been since about the 1996-97 school year. Some evidence at trial about the number of teachers that had to be let go or forced to retire during this year, despite a year of enrollment growth, and this was an important part of the evidence that was presented. Here in Lewisville, in particular, we had some very specific findings. Working with your budget office here, we presented to the trial court information about what the inflation-adjusted revenues per weighted student had been historically in Lewisville, and as we can see, just looking at the last 7 years, the 2012-13 school year had Lewisville at the lowest levels it had been since the 06-07 period, which is the last time the system was changed in any meaningful way at the state level. We presented some testimony from Dr. Waddell. He gave a deposition which I think had a very strong impact in the case about what had to happen in Lewisville due to the budget cuts in the last legislative session. That, as he stated, we felt we really had no realistic choice about making them. Part of this case was to establish the impact of the budget cuts on school districts, and we did that via looking at individual districts on the ground level, and your district was one of the keys for us in that respect. Even the Commissioner of Education, Robert Scott, had made comments that frankly seemed to take the school district's side, and we pointed that out in court. He had mentioned that asking what funding to restore was, as he said, akin to asking a guy on the operating table whether he wants his heart or his lungs back. We made sure the judge knew that the commissioner of the defendant had made that view known to the legislature. The question sometimes arises, okay, this is all well and good, but why is it a legal claim? Why is this not just a policy question for the legislature? I've quoted here some language from the Supreme Court's last opinion that I think really encapsulates the legal point that we made, that it would be arbitrary for the legislature to define the goals for public education and then provide insufficient means for achieving those goals. That's the way the court has interpreted the general diffusion of knowledge provision in the state constitution. And that's where the STAR and end-of-course exam regime becomes relevant. In the first administration of the STAR exam during the last school year, ninth graders were taking the test for the first time when it really counted. Almost half of them did not meet even the initial phase-in passing standard after 2 attempts on at least one of the required tests that they must, under current law, take in order to graduate. And as we pointed out, districts really at this point have no meaningful ability to set their local property tax rates. They are effectively forced to certain rates by state requirements. Lynn Moak was an important expert for school districts. He characterized these standards as what he called a quantum leap for public education in the standards involved. Some data here about the percentage of students in some of the largest districts that failed to pass at least one of those tests after 2 attempts. And finally, the STAR exams also include a college readiness assessment component, what's known as level 3, where the state results were even more dismal in the first administration, very small percentages of students meeting the college-ready level 3 standard on STAR. Dr. Waddell's testimony made the point that with this kind of circumstance, more funding is going to be needed for remediation efforts inside the district, and the district had done some calculations of that. That was part of what we presented at trial. Another piece of this case is particularly relevant to Lewisville was the fact that districts don't have a meaningful ability at this point to raise more funds on their own. In fact, Lewisville had attempted a tax ratification election. We pointed out to the judge that it had not been successful. Effectively, Lewisville had no other source of funds unless the state were to provide them. I'll skip a couple of these just to make sure I stay within my time period and go to Judge Dietz's ruling. In essence, he's announced his ruling from the bench, and these are quotes directly from his oral ruling. We do expect that he's going to come out shortly with a written order, which will be a detailed set of factual findings related to the litigation. On the claims that we asserted, the Calhoun County Coalition, we've been successful at the trial court level on the two claims, adequacy and state property tax. Briefly reviewing what happened with the other districts, the other coalitions, they were also successful on the similar adequacy and state property tax claims they brought. The groups that brought the equity claim, the judge also ruled in their favor. I think we will need to wait to some extent to see exactly what the judge's rulings say in print, in the written order, before we know fully what the impact of that may be. And then finally, the intervener group was not successful in their claims that the system was inefficient due to lack of competition or to teacher compensation procedures. Ultimately, the court said that's a legislative issue and is the legislature's discretion. And then just to look at finally at what's ahead, the trial court again ruled February 4th. We expect a written ruling from the court probably sometime this month, which I'm sure will get a little bit of coverage, and you can see that, and that'll be available when the court issues it. The appeal will come next, and that's when this will go to the Texas Supreme Court, and we expect probably they will take up the issue in the fall of 2013. I should mention the state does have the option to appeal first to the intermediate appellate court if they choose to, but we would expect they will probably go straight to the Supreme Court, and we would hope and expect to get a final ruling on these claims in the spring of 2014. Just a final word, and I wanted to say that we particularly appreciate Lewisville's efforts to help us in this case. And I would say especially, first of all, Dr. Waddell had to sit for testimony, had to be a part of many meetings and conferences. He was a part of the central steering committee for our litigation group and had many a weekly conference call that he participated in. I think his testimony was very important for our whole coalition, not just for Lewisville. We also received tremendous support from Dr. Burnett, from Karen Permetti, Teresa Maniscalco in the budget office did a tremendous job because we had to assemble a lot of documents. We spent a full day out here with everyone meeting and really digging into the budget and learning about the district, and their help was really instrumental. So we, as a law firm, greatly appreciate the support that all of you provided. Thank you very much.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you, sir. The only thing I have is that when you look at the timeline and it has the spring of appeals to the Texas Supreme Court, and you said that they generally jump over the intermediate. Do you think they'd go to the intermediate just so they could push it past having a special session in 2014?
We really don't know what the state will decide to do. Any number of factors could play into that decision. I think, though, there will be a strong feeling that it's better to go ahead and get this ruled on by the Supreme Court sooner rather than later. Historically, the state has skipped the intermediate appellate court in school finance litigation and gone straight to the Supreme Court. And we would hope and expect they will do that again here. Ultimately, if we are successful in the Supreme Court, there'll have to be a special session anyway. So ultimately, all that's happening by going through the intermediate appellate court is that the process is being dragged out. So we hope that won't happen. Doesn't mean it won't, but we hope it won't.
Well, that wouldn't be the responsible thing to do, but you know, what are you going to do?
I would agree.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir, for being here tonight. We really appreciate all the hard work you've done for us. Thank you. What am I doing? Moving on to the open forum portion of our meeting. Persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees must fill out a speaker's card prior to the meeting. I have approximately 25 here. No presentation shall exceed 3 minutes. The board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda. I do have a couple of things. If you have filled out a card and the person before you has said what you believe, and for the sake of all here listening, if you would like to say that I agree with the person that just spoke or to that effect. Also, we have some cards. We have some families that are willing to speak. We'd appreciate it if you would group together with one speaker instead of having 4 or 5. That would help too, because for the sake of the 25 other people wanting to speak. So, that being said, I am going to start with the first card, Ms. Vernell Gregg.
To the Lewisville Independent School Board of Trustees and Superintendent. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I had hoped to be with you this evening to personally express my extreme pleasure with your support of the recent Lewisville Lake Symphony Orchestra concerts for LISD third graders. Unfortunately, I have a conflicting Lewisville City Council meeting this same evening. I hope this letter adequately communicates my sincere thanks for making these concerts happen. As a past Dallas ISD student who can still visualize the Dallas Symphony Orchestra performances at State Fair Music Hall when I was an elementary school student, I am keenly aware of the influence this opportunity can have on children now and throughout their lives. For most of these students, exposure to the music presented, the full range of orchestra instruments, and the symphony experience likely would not have happened in their childhood had it not been for these concerts. On behalf of the Lewisville Lake Symphony and the Board of Directors, I begin by thanking Rachel Grill of LISD, who was a driving force in organizing this event. I also want to thank Michael Chandler, an old friend, for his educational planning role. I want to thank Bill Watson and Superintendent Stephen Waddell for recognizing the value of this opportunity and giving their full support. I would also recognize Mrs. Margaret Wells of the Lewisville Board of Directors for their considerable labor in coordinating this event. Lastly, I thank the LISD Board of Trustees for having the vision to see the benefits of this project and generous support to see it go forward. For my own perspective, you only had to see the faces of the students to know this was truly a learning experience, as they were incredibly attentive. And overhearing their conversations with each other further proved to me that they were genuinely excited. I only wish I could follow each one to see who will turn out these experiences into a greater interest in their music. I sincerely hope we will make this an annual event and perhaps in future years look to expand to include additional grade levels. But for now, I am ecstatic with what has been accomplished in just a few short months. It was, quite simply, an amazing day. May it prove to be the beginning of a lasting relationship between our two organizations. The Honorable R. Neil Ferguson, Chairman of the Lewisville Lake Symphony. And he wanted to make sure that each of you had a copy because this was truly an amazing event.
Thank you, Ms. Gregg. Okay, the first, I have 3 cards here from the Shepherd family. Kaylee, Carson, and Rochelle.
Excuse me, they're short, so if, do you want me to get through the kids and then see if I have time to speak? Would that work? Okay.
Hi, my name is Carson Shepard. I'm a Shadow Ridge Panther. I think you should keep the previous 6 squares at Shadow Ridge. If I was still in elementary school, moving to Forestwood wouldn't be as hard. But I'm already picked my next year electives, so I'm very excited about them. But if you do happen to move Garden Ridge, please consider about keeping the existing 6 squares at Shadow Ridge. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Shepard, and I am a Garden Ridge student, and I want to go to Shadow Ridge because so far I'm going to Forestwood, and I don't want to go to Forestwood because I want to do what my brother did, as going to be a Shadow Ridge Panther.
My name is Rochelle Shepard. I'm a proud parent of a 6th grade Shadow Ridge Panther and 2 Garden Ridge Gators. I come before you tonight requesting that you reconsider some of the changes in your current tweak proposal for the rezoning of the Flower Mound High School feeder pattern. The current adjusted proposal does not significantly help any of the schools. The changes are minimal, and moving Garden Ridge to Forest Wood alone does not impact their numbers enough. It does not get Forest Wood to LASD's functional capacity goal. Therefore, the moves, chaos, and disruptions it causes at this point are useless. In addition, if you move Garden Ridge Elementary out of Shadow Ridge Middle School, you are simply replacing us with the remaining Old Settlers population. Busing Old Settlers students past 2 middle schools to get to Shadow Ridge is not efficient, especially when the majority of the residents who spoke at the community hearing said proximity was important to them. If after all of this you still choose to move Garden Ridge to Forest Wood, I respectfully ask that you please let all existing 6th grade middle school students finish out their middle school years in the school they are currently attending. Please do not uproot them. I also ask that you please consider adding additional busing for Garden Ridge students who live under the 2-mile busing guidelines. I live 1.7 miles from Forest Wood. Morris, Forest Vista, and Garden Ridge Road have become extremely busy roads, and it's too dangerous for any student to travel that distance along the busy roadways and crossing the busy intersections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Joy Bowen.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I ran all the way from Town Hall, so I'm glad I made it in time. You know, I normally prepare remarks for what I want to say, but tonight I just felt like I wanted to talk from the heart. I was encouraged by the workshop several weeks ago to hear that levels of service could be frozen at Forest Wood to prevent any programs from being cut should we extend grandfathering. I was encouraged by changes that you made to keep our elementary schools intact. I was encouraged by great ideas that were put out on the table, but sadly discouraged from exploring because we're short on time. And that's really what it comes down to, is that we're short on time. Our schools are already making preparations for middle school in the fall. They're doing screenings and sending letters home. Kids are so excited to figure out what they're going to be doing once they hit middle school, and they can't even explore those options right now. I have 2 petitions that I want to give to you from residents who would just like you to consider some creative thinking, some immediate problem solving for a better long-range solution. I have a correspondence that came after the workshop from our own mayor, and it's dated in January 13th, 2013, right in the middle of when we're already in process of this rezoning effort. Our mayor reaches out to Ms. Kyer, Dr. Waddell, Ms. Stevenson, Ms. Lebnick, Ms. Duke, and he says, the other thing, he wants to group you all together, and he says the other thing to talk about is the possibility of future rezoning. Kendra has talked with me at length about this, and she has some very good insight. Further, I know demographic analysis projects shrinking enrollment in Flower Mound schools. However, Pax Flomana, Flower Mound Peace, has led to numerous developers calling me and saying, we haven't looked at Flower Mound in over a decade, but we might want to give it another look. I can't say for certain what will happen, but it's possible that Flower Mound could see a resurgence, and it doesn't hurt to talk about longer range plans just in case. And Dr. Waddell, I would like to thank you for saying in your response to him that you agree that we need to work closely and look at as long range as we possibly can. And I think that's all this community is imploring you to do, is to give this fall semester, let it happen, let us try some creative thinking to make things right and look at a longer range plan that the whole community can buy into. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, who do I give these to? Oh, give them to Ms. Duke. Actually, why don't you give them to Ms. Arnold? She can make copies for the board. You could just scan those in and just email them to us. It'll be better for you, Ms. Arnold. Thank you. Anya, and I'm going to, if I screw up anybody's name, I'm sorry. I'm going to say it's Bausch, B-A-U-S-C-H.
You may remember my face from last month. I stood here last month in front of the board and I asked them to please do the right thing for all of LASD students. I think I agree with Joy when I say that it's time to stop and think and really solve some long-term problems. Again, I feel like we're putting a Band-Aid on a huge problem. Garden Ridge has been bumped back and forth. As you all know, and as everybody can see by the numbers, our numbers are small. We do not impact any school enough to make the difference that you're saying this is why you're doing it. You looked at me and told me the reason you're doing this is to solve overcrowding. The reason you're doing this is to try to utilize your buildings to the best of their capacity for the taxpayer's purpose. If that's the reason we're doing it, then we really need to look at long-term solutions that work. Right now, the fact that the two proposals came up and within 5 minutes you already threw one proposal away tells me you're not really looking at long-term solutions. That is disheartening to someone who's lived in this town for 20-something years. That's disheartening to these families who make this town a flower mound. It's not the town council that makes this town. The school board doesn't make LISD. It's these families and these kids who do it. I need you to really try to do the right thing for everyone. Not one side, not the other. Long-term solutions that work for everybody, that best utilize our taxpayer dollars and benefit all of our students. That also includes looking at, if you're going to move people, you need to look at busing. It is not safe to be crossing Morris, Forest Vista. We all know that Forest Vista and Thrush, that little cut-through street over there, everybody knows that cut-through to get through town to make it faster. My student has to cross that every day. That's not safe if that's where you're going to send her to Forestwood. I'm just asking you to make the right decision. Even when it's hard, even when people aren't going to like it, make the right long-term solution for all of LISD students, not just one. I'm tired of the Band-Aid. These people here on the east side, we built this. We started this community. We've been here this entire time. We deserve that respect. Thank you.
Harold Rood, R-O-O-D. Not Rod. Rood.
Oh, no. Okay, it's on. My name is Carol Reed, and I currently have I'm a proud parent of a McCamey Knight, and I live on Oriole and Flower Mound. I live in the area south of Wichita Trail and west of Simmons Road. I was excited when I heard that at the board workshop that it was brought up by the board president, Carol Kyer, that students live in the area south of Wichita Trail and west of Simmons should attend Liberty and McCamey Middle School instead of Old Settlers in Shadow Ridge. She stated that the distance from that area to Shadow Ridge would put students on the bus longer than she would like. Well, to my surprise, when the new map came out, there is still a small section that is south of Wichita and west of Simmons that is being rezoned to Shadow Ridge. My daughter currently attends McCamey Middle School and rides the bus. She leaves McCamey at 4 p.m. and does not arrive home until 4:30. So my question is, how long is too long to be on a bus heading home? The area that is still zoned to Old Settlers and Shadow Ridge has very little impact on numbers at any school that they would be zoned to. So why not leave all south of Wichita Trail and west of Simmons to Liberty and McCamey? I would prefer that my daughter does not ride the bus longer than 30 minutes because it does not make sense to have her or any of the other children in our area on a bus longer than that time. Please take into consideration leaving this area zoned to Liberty and McCamey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Kayla, K-A-L-A, Reyna? Oh, okay. Well, good, thank you. Kim Yancey.
Good evening. I'm Kim Yancey, and I live in the Woods of Wellington subdivision in Flower Mound. I have a first grader at Wellington Elementary School and 2 older children that have already moved through Wellington Elementary School. And I have a younger child that will one day be in elementary school. I would like to implore the school board to allow the Woods of Wellington subdivision to remain with Wellington Elementary School. The Woods of Wellington is east of Simmons between Winding Oaks and Hillsdale. It is part of the Wellington community and has always gone to Wellington Elementary School. It is the only part that is getting cut out of Wellington Elementary School, but still going to McCamey Middle School. While Old Settlers is a fantastic school, it is a split school, and the vast majority of its students will go on to Shadow Ridge Middle School, while our kids will go to McCamey, which is basically in our backyard, with the kids from Wellington and Liberty Elementary. When we were looking for our house, we did not look at any that went to Old Settlers because, knowing that Old Settlers split, we didn't want our kids separated from the friends they made in elementary school when they hit their middle school years. We specifically and purposely bought our home knowing it was zoned for Wellington Elementary so that our kids would go on to middle school with their elementary friends. Starting middle school is a big change, and kids need to have good buddies to start middle school with. The middle school years are traumatic enough without kids having to worry about losing all the friends they made in elementary school and starting middle school without the friends they just made over the past 6 years. As part of the Wellington community, our kids swim with the Wellington Sharks and hang out at the WAC. Our kids should be allowed to attend Wellington Elementary with the rest of the Wellington community. Our community should be cohesive and should be kept together. It should not be split up. In the Woods of Wellington subdivision, we have 10 elementary-age kids. If Wellington Elementary can make room for a Spanish immersion program and a pre-K program for children that don't live in Wellington, it surely can make room for the 10 Wellington students that live there. 10 students will not make enough difference to justify disrupting these kids and their families' lives 2 times. First, by having them change elementary schools, and second, by having them go to a different middle school than their elementary school peers. Please keep the Wellington community intact and let these kids go to Wellington Elementary School so they can continue on to middle school with their elementary school friends. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next name I have is Troy Chadwell.
Thank you for letting me talk. My name is Troy Chadwell. I'm a 14-year Flower Mound resident. I live in the Lake Forest 2 North neighborhood that was one of the neighborhoods that was talked about quite a bit at the workshop meeting last month. And I do want to point out I appreciate Ms. Latham and Ms. Sheffield speaking on our behalf in defense of our neighborhood being moved to Shadow Ridge. I've currently got a 6th grader at McCamey. And she also went to Old Settlers for kindergarten through 5th grade. She got to enjoy being able to walk or ride her bike to school daily, to and from, and still does. And I really, the current proposal for middle school has us going to Shadow Ridge when we're 1/10 of a mile from McCamey. So it makes absolutely no sense to go more than 2 miles to Shadow Ridge when we're right across the street from our school right now. Most of the residents of our neighborhood moved into our neighborhood because of the proximity, and I know you've heard that many times. I've sent numerous emails to all of you about that, and I hope some others will get to talk as well. But and we have a petition that we signed, you'll get to see. But, we've got anywhere from 10 to 15 kids that currently go to middle school at McCamey. It doesn't tip the scale one way or another with the student counts at McCamey or at Shadow Ridge. So it really makes absolutely no sense to us to have us go on to Shadow Ridge when we're right there. I've really been against any forced rezoning all the way through this whole process when we found out about it in January. I support what Joy said earlier with, there's much more creative way that we could go about doing this, evening the balance of the schools than forcing things that the majority of the residents that I've talked to are not in favor of. I think there's a very small population of residents that actually are in favor of this forced rezoning. Nobody's happy about it, and it's been a source of stress and frustration for all of us over the last 2 months. A lot of the drivers that have come to light have been based on the lakeside development, as far as I can tell, and we really have no idea, other than what the developers told us, of what the true impact is going to be on the student populations. So I signed the petition, the United for the Freedom Plan, which is a much more creative plan and creative way to go about this. Hopefully whatever's decided, there is some extended grandfathering. However, that has that'll make no immediate impact on any of the schools. And but if you do decide to do some kind of rezoning, I really hope that you allow any current sixth grader to finish where they started middle school. It's only 2 more years. And our kids have already filled out their schedules. They're all excited about what they're going to be doing next year, and to uproot them, force them to get used to a new, like my daughter's in band, get forced to new band instructors. I'm sure they're great at Shadow Ridge as well, but she's got a rapport with her instructors currently, and they want her back, and she wants to be there. So I would encourage you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Allison Adamson.
Hello. I currently have a 7th grader at Shadow Ridge Middle School, excuse me, and a 5th grader at Garden Ridge who's going to be starting middle school next year. But I don't want to spend a majority of my time arguing for or against the rezoning or for a specific proposal, because it seems that the board has had their minds made up for some time in favor of proposal 2. But I do want to comment on the statement that was made that everyone is satisfied with the outcome of the school board's working session. I think that comment is better said that those who are not affected by the rezoning are satisfied with the outcome. I think it's important for you to know that in one of the rezoning meetings at Garden Ridge Elementary, a show of hands had about 2 parents raising their hand in favor of moving to Forestwood, and the rest of us wanted our kids to stay at Shadow Ridge. Proposal 2 may affect less households, but just because the majority is satisfied doesn't mean that the minority is too. I understand that for those of us who currently have 7th graders attending Shadow Ridge, we have the option of grandfathering them to Shadow Ridge for their 8th grade year. However, if busing is not provided for these grandfathered students, then the choice to grandfather isn't much of a choice for working parents. If the bus service to our area is not continued, working parents will not have a choice, but rather will have to make a forced choice to move our kids to Forestwood for their 8th grade year, because there will no longer be a safe form of transportation provided to our neighborhoods. The way it is right now, Garden Ridge zoned for Shadow Ridge, our kids are safely bused from our neighborhoods to Shadow Ridge, since our neighborhood is about 2.5 miles across a busy intersection of Flower Mound Road and Morris. We have a peace of mind in knowing that they will get to school, to and from school safely. By rezoning our kids to Forestwood, some of us will be just shy of meeting the 2-mile requirement for bus service, which means our kids could be forced to walk about 1.8 miles home from school every day along busy Morris Road. Not only are our kids losing the school friends, special ed programs, sports teams, and teachers they have come to know over the past 2 years at Shadow Ridge, but working parents will now have to worry about their child's safety walking home from school. I've driven the route to Forestwood Middle School to Garden Ridge from Garden Ridge neighborhoods, and although it's technically inside the 2-mile radius, Forestwood, it's simply too far to expect a kid to walk along a busy road every day. I can't imagine a board declaring this route to be safe and denying bus service from Forestwood. Considering the rezoning will be done against the wishes of the majority of Garden Ridge Elementary and Shadow Ridge Middle School parents, I'm asking that the school board continue bus service for grandfathered students to Garden Ridge area neighborhoods through the 2013-14 school year, as well as provide bus service indefinitely from Forestwood for the Garden Ridge area neighborhoods south of Forest Vista.
Thank you. I know I'm going to screw up this name, and I really apologize. Nasu? Aikkeri? Oh. Nasu. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Basu Kikeli. I'm representing Lake Forest Phase 2 North, a tiny community right close to McCamey and Old Settlers. And I'm a mom of a great Old Settlers kid and a Flower Mound High School child. And thank you all for the opportunity today you gave me to speak here. And I'm extremely proud of LISD, and it really stands true to the testimony, committed excellence. And I agree entirely with what Troy told me, our fellow resident here. There's only one issue that I need to really stress, and I am sacrificing my time with my children today to speak to you all and to request you all to consider this. Our community is just 0.1 mile away from McCamey. Our children are supposed to go to McCamey, and ever since my son was born, I've been telling him when they go to Old Settlers and play there. I told them this is going to be a middle school, that's going to be a high school. So they've all grown up thinking that that's their school. One thing I'm really stressing is the health issue. We as a nation combating the obesity issue. Our children are walking to school every day, biking to school every day. We just stay very close to McCamey. And if you could, why, it's just common sense that we have to attend McCamey. We are not supposed to go to Shadow Ridge at all. It's 2 miles, and we're going to be busing our children there. And with the morning traffic, you all know how the traffic is, and the signal 2499 and 3040, how crowded it gets. So when we can send our children 2 minutes walking or biking, why should we have to bus them? Could you please consider this issue? And then the health issue is the only issue that I'm concerned. I know we have to draw a line, we have to draw the number, everything. I understand as an organizer, I also understand all that. But I'm just appealing to all your help to regard this issue and to have a safe, healthy community for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I know, I'm going to screw this one up. Parabhu, Prabhu. Silavaningham? I know I really messed that up, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Prabhu Sivalingam. And of course, that mine is the most mispronounced last name and misspelled last name. So I forgive you. But thank you for giving me the opportunity again. I spoke at the first community input meeting, and I'm glad to talk again. Again, not a whole lot of points. Thank you, Ms. Latham and Ms. Sheffield, for supporting our cause. When we are just like catty corner, and like everybody said, we're catty corner, 0.1 miles. My kids can walk. I can draw them without any problems, and I understand everything. Okay, but why move our small subdivision of, like, we have about 11 people in elementary, and then probably maybe less than 20 people going, and how does our numbers change the LISD capacity? Okay. And I want to quote Dr. Waddell from the Flower Mound News. I wrote in my letter to Ms. Latham. Right? You said at the end of the day, Shadow Ridge is still going to be under capacity. Okay. If that's going to be under capacity, and according to you, Dr. Waddell, you said, the future development will fill up Shadow Ridge. If that is the case, why bus us? Why disturb our kids? I mean, they're already there, comfortable, and we bought this house. I mean, like I said, that we bought this house, and a lot of people bought this house looking at where the schools are. And suddenly LISD came and say, okay, no, that doesn't matter. we'll bus people everywhere just because somebody said zero busing costs. I mean, there's zero busing cost to you, but it is my money, right? Okay, so maybe there's busing cost, whatever. Yeah, thank you. But for my children, there's no busing cost. Let us put it that way. Okay, if you bus my children, they're busing cost to the district, and obviously it costs to me as well. Okay, and if future development is going to take care of it, everybody said millennials are going to come. If it's going to take care of it, why? Just arbitrarily take, see, this is the school and our parking lot of our neighborhood. I mean, why just move buses? I mean, that's how much logical sense does it make to bus from here? Okay, I understand capacity. I understand you're taking big decisions and you have a lot on your mind. Okay, but a small subdivision, I don't think deserves that kind of movement. When a big subdivision, and I look at McCamey from this end, from Wellington all the way. I mean, I don't know how far they're being sent to McCamey, and us, like, boom, send it to Shadow Ridge. That makes no sense at all. It affects our kids, affects our property values, and I mentioned it. 3 houses have come on the market in our neighborhood since we talked. 3 houses, okay? Maybe people are trying to get out of the market at the peak or whatever, okay? 3 houses are in the market, who knows how many? Well, people are smart too. I mean, we make decisions based on proximity and what makes sense for our kids. And just to solve one capacity problem, don't create other problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next one I have is the Roundtree family. Brian, Christine, Brianna, and Sean. Okay. All right, why don't we start with Brianna then? I'll just shuffle it into with the rest of the group then.
Hello, my name is Brianna Roundtree. I'm a 7th grader at SRMS from Garden Ridge Elementary. At the last meeting I attended, I said I wanted to leave everything the same. Tonight, all I'm saying is leave Garden Ridge alone. You are probably wondering why I care, because after all, I will be grandfathered. And since the only proposal we have is to rezone schools, when I request to be grandfathered, I'm going to have to arrive at school every morning 2 hours early because of my parents' jobs, when instead I could be getting my beauty sleep. And doing my leftover homework, of course. Rezoning Garden Ridge is not going to fill up Forestwood, especially after all the 7th grade former Gators, like myself, request to be grandfathered. And McCamey will still be overcrowded. So my question is, why do you still want to rezone GRE? We aren't going to affect any school because Garden Ridge numbers just aren't high enough. The thing is, we are happy going to Shadow Ridge, we want to stay there, and we want to be left alone. We don't have anything against Forestwood at all, we just feel like we aren't going to be able to affect any school enough to be rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Roundtree.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Brian Roundtree. I'm a 1981 graduate of Lewisville High School, graduate of University of North Texas, and 35-year resident of the Lewisville Flower Mound area. A prime example of what this school district can produce. I'm not here tonight to talk about the flawed process encountered by our committee on the boundary committee. I'm not here to talk about the town council member that was allowed to serve on our committee for 3 months, even after voting with the town council to amend smart growth. Nor am I here to talk about Dr. Waddell and Tommy Ellington submitting the district's own plan, Proposition 2, thus rendering the legitimate hard work of our committee all for naught. I'm not even here to talk about Dr. Waddell proclaiming in a committee meeting that there were no political influences on our rezoning process, despite the fact there were numerous public record emails dating back to August 2012 between LISD officials and the Town of Flower Mound Council about the impending amendment to smart growth. I don't think anyone here wants me to talk about how smart growth was a policy set forth by politicians, amended by politicians, communicated to Dr. Waddell by politicians, and yet has no political bearing on the need to rezone our school district. I'm not even here to discuss my outrage at being contacted by 2 different school district officials, one by phone and the other in person, who respectively asked me to alter wording on my website that was critical of the process, and the other wanting me to stop rocking the boat. What really has bothered me was the fact that I have personally submitted 2 legitimate alternatives to the entire rezoning process, plans that leave every neighborhood untouched. I submitted these plans to every board member and administrator at LISD, and the only response I received back was from Brenda Latham. Her advice to me was, now is not the time to reinvent the wheel. Why does this response bother me so much? Because reinventing the wheel is exactly what the district is trying to do with their strategic design. I guess reinvention doesn't apply to school boundaries, but it does with school curriculum and teaching methods. Does anyone in this room really know what strategic design means? You have to hunt on a website to find out what it is. It's not been communicated. Does anyone in this room know what the school district and its curriculum will look like in 5 years from now? We have children designing sock puppet animations and playing video games on freely distributed iPads, as if they haven't had enough of that already. You shouldn't worry about me rocking the boat. I want to tip the canoe over and let you all swim in the sea of Apple computer receipts.
Thank you very much, sir. Next name I have is Christy Hassett. There she is.
I would like to commend the board for listening to a large portion and demonstrate that we like the proximity issue on the rezoning maps. I feel a large portion of the community has addressed this concern. But I am sad that multiple friends of mine are affected by the current maps. Because of this, I ask you to please strongly consider grandfathering to help the affected students. I understand that if you grandfather more now, you won't affect that change right away. But Forest Wood Middle School should have the same educational experiences, but not at the expense of other children. The second and more important, in my opinion, suggestion I would have for the board is completely off topic. I would like to ask the board to have a standing item for legislation when legislation is currently in session. Many, many major boards do this, and I think it's very valuable to the community. The state legislatures have currently modified a few of the high-stake testing legislations. However, it's not enough. I agree that the STAR is not the best tool for being the sole indicator of a school's success. I'm asking Superintendent Waddell and our Board of Trustees to be a vocal support of current legislation removing high-stakes testing as a graduation requirement, as well as reducing the non-federally mandated high-stakes tests in elementary and middle schools. I understand that LISD is part of the consortium. I get that. But we don't know what Commissioner Williams and the TEA is going to say, so we can't wait for that report, even though we're part of that consortium. Our children need relief now. We can't wait for that 2006, 2007 report to come out. I like a lot of the waivers requested from the consortium. However, giving a waiver to high school students who are already doing well on the SATs doesn't help the students who aren't. We must help the children who are routinely denied a diploma because they have failed high-stakes testing, even though they have successfully completed all other parts of high school. Please support our children with currently affected legislation while you wait for the TEA.
Thank you. Mary Catherine Engman.
Hi, my name is Mary Catherine Ingman, and I've lived in the LASD area for 40 years. I have 5 kids. 2 already went through Shadow Ridge. I have 1 at Shadow Ridge. It's in 6th grade. I have 2 at Garden Ridge Elementary. This rezoning process was flawed from the beginning. Some groups were not even informed at all until the middle of the process. It has become the how the West was won, not about our community as a whole. It has split Flower Mound into East and West instead of being the town of Flower Mound. I'm outraged that you think your new proposal, entered at the last minute, is fair and considerate of all involved when it clearly shows favoritism. I understand the voices of the West were loud and numerous, and the two choices are more in favor of them and not all involved. There were plans to move only one school, Old Settlers, to Forestwood and enable the numbers to be what LASD wanted. But that plan was never considered due to that obvious inconsideration of multiple schools and how it would affect certain areas. In the new proposal, there are clearly areas that are being favored. There's yellow splotches up at the top, down at the bottom, that should be zoned to Forestwood. But you're taking them past a neighborhood that is zoned to Forestwood and down to Shadow Ridge. That's favoritism. Proximity, proximity, proximity says zone them to Forestwood. All we heard was send Garden Ridge back to where they belong, to Forestwood. Garden Ridge is not your solution. We aren't even your problem. Because we are small in numbers, you keep rezoning us. You rezoned us from Hedrick to Forestwood, from Forestwood to Shadow Ridge. Then you tried to split us between Shadow Ridge and Forestwood. And now you're trying to take us back from Shadow Ridge to Forestwood. We're not your ping pong ball every time you need a fix. How many schools have you rezoned this many times? We're tired of it. Leave us alone. You're bullying us. That's being a bully. If you continue to rezone us, grandfather in the 6th and 7th graders. They've already developed friendships and school spirit. Leave them alone. It is hard enough for middle school kids to find their niche and develop. Quit moving them around. And if you're going to continue to rezone us, offer buses to the kids that will now have to walk the dangerous streets to get to Forestwood. And then you need to also consider offering the programs that are offered at Shadow Ridge at Forestwood and make that a possibility. I bought my school. I didn't buy my home. I didn't get my dream home. I bought my school. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Shelley Koonce, Koonce.
Thank you for letting us all speak tonight. I do not have a formal speech tonight because the past 2 times I've written one, we were not able to speak at those meetings pertaining to the Garden Ridge families. I have 3 children. I have one at Flower Mound High School that's in 10th grade. I have one at Shadow Ridge in 6th grade, and I have a 2nd grader at Garden Ridge Elementary. I guess more than anything, I'm going along with all of the Garden Ridge families, and I guess we have more questions than answers than what we have gotten in all this process. We're just all very disappointed in the way this process has played out. We do not feel that our school has been heard equally in this process. We do not understand why the proposal that has McCamey still, even with this new proposal that we have going on, there's still over 1,000 children at McCamey, which I thought was the whole reason for this process of rezoning, was to make less children at McCamey, move them over to Forestwood, to where we were balancing out the schools. But instead, McCamey's still over 1,000, Forestwood's still under, and all you're doing is moving Garden Ridge back and forth. And we don't understand that. We don't understand, for this poor neighborhood over here, the little corner of Flower Mound over here that's getting moved, that there's 10 children in, they don't understand that either. So I guess our problems are, I feel like we're going to be doing this again in 4 years. So when my 2nd grader gets into middle school, I'm going to be doing this again. I did it right before my high schooler went into middle school. I sat through this. I did it again 2 years ago when we were trying to split our elementary school, and we were very upset. And I don't understand why we split elementary schools to begin with. Why is that? We're all wanting our children to stay together. Why do we split so many elementary schools? I just, I don't understand that. And then I just feel like we're going to be doing this again in 4 years because you're putting a Band-Aid on it over and over and over. And I can tell you now that Garden Ridge is not your problem. We're the quiet ones that kind of sit in the corner and we take it every single time. And we're tired of being the one that gets bounced back and forth and nobody caring. And secondly, obviously we do not get a say and we are getting rezoned over to Forest Wood, which will be a wonderful school. I would like for my 6th grader to stay at Shadow Ridge. It's a girl, as we all know, being girls, it's hard. Cliques are hard. I would like my daughter to stay. And I would like the opportunity, since busing wasn't an issue, for my child to be best and have that opportunity to be best. And we also, for my other friends that are going to be zoned across to Forest Wood, they need busing as well because their children cannot walk that distance, even though it's under the 2-mile radius. Thank you very much.
Sean Roundtree.
Hi, my name is Sean Roundtree. I'm a Garden Ridge Gator, but I'm also a Shadow Ridge Panther. I have 3 older sisters. Yes, 2 of them went to Forestwood, but I was still getting my diaper changed every 30 minutes. My sister Brianna goes to Shadow Ridge, and I've gone to almost all her games, and I feel like a Panther. I cheer them on, and I like their teachers. I don't feel that we should have this debate for a second time in 2 years. My sister is a cheerleader, so if I go to Forestwood, I can't really watch her at games. That's basically telling me that I can't cheer on my sister. One of my best friends lives right by Shadow Ridge, and he will go there no matter what because he lives right there. I've known him practically since I was born, and I hang out with him almost every day. Both of us are planning on playing football. I don't want to play against my best friend. If you decide to rezone Garden Ridge, please keep grandfathering so I can go to Shadow Ridge, and please keep busing for those who are grandfathered. I get that I will lose friends and make new ones, but I would prefer not to, and I'm sure others would do the same. Just let Garden Ridge go to Shadow Ridge. We are already Panthers.
Thank you, sir. Rhonda Clough.
I have 4 kids, one at Flower Mound High School, a 7th grader at Shadow Ridge, a 5th grader at Garden Ridge, and then I'll have a kindergarten starting at Garden Ridge next year. I've really tried to be patient in this process because I know it's a difficult thing and not everyone's going to be happy in the end when you're changing boundaries. And obviously something has to be done in our district. But I feel like this has been more, I try to teach my kids that they don't get their way by throwing a fit the loudest. I feel like that is what's happening in our school district, which is embarrassing. I know that the efforts are well intended to sign petitions and make t-shirts and talk real loud and send hundreds of emails. But I elected you to represent my children and to sit and make decisions on common sense, to do tons of research, to perhaps hire some third-party, unbiased people to look at this problem and to make a long-term solution and not put Band-Aids every couple of years on things that keep my kids wondering, where am I going next year? My poor 5th grader is just devastated all this time thinking she'd be a Shadow Ridge Panther like her 2 siblings and then not knowing in March where she's going in August. So I'm really disappointed in that and really ask that you step back and consider spending more time on this and doing those things by listening to maybe some unbiased third-party people and really checking this solution out for the long term so that we're done with this. The proposal that you sent out got me kind of heated because it does seem just very random how you were so concerned about, or people were so concerned about their kids crossing a major road. Now you've got people just west of 2499 crossing 2499 and 3040 to get to Shadow Ridge. I'm really not sure why those kids aren't just going to Forest Wood and you leave us Garden Ridge people at Shadow Ridge. That is very confusing to me, and I would like you to look at that. In addition, that map does not solve the problem of our overcrowding at McCamey, which is what I thought was the main reason we were looking at this, is to get kids out of McCamey, which would make sense to take a chunk of them and put them at Forestwood. But instead, we've seemed to create more of a tornado effect with all these boundaries affecting so many kids. And again, that's disappointing to me, where we are with this. So again, I would just ask that you not rush this. If you feel like you have to, maybe reconsider your last proposal and look at that section, and keep our Garden Ridge kids, if you can, at Shadow Ridge, because as it's been noted, we really aren't tipping the scales, and you really need to look at why we started this in the first place, and you still have over 1,000 kids at McCamey.
Thank you, ma'am. Kendra Wagner.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kendra Wagner. I have 2 boys currently at Wellington Elementary School. And this has been a painful process for us as well. I think everyone, we're just passionate because it's our kids. Do the right thing. LASD should want what is best for the kids. I would wonder why the timing was so bad. This timing is a concern for all the parents. It seems like it was pretty rushed. It's at a time of the year when they should have already had their decisions made for them with which school they're going to be going to. By the time this is all over, it's going to be so close to May that I can't imagine you can get all the teachers and everybody reorganized, and all the kids who should be trying out for sporting events and teams and things like that. They're not going to have the time for that. My son is a 5th grader, and some of his best friends go to Clayton Downing. And the night we were having our second meeting discussing things, one of his best friends already met his principal, already met his teachers, already got to choose his elections. And my son looks at me and goes, when are we going to do it? The timing it's bad. It's bad. It should be something that was decided in the fall, where we have all of spring to prepare our kids for all the changes. Any proposition you go through, it's going to change the lives of a lot of families and a lot of kids. Timing just was bad. I want to talk also about proximity. If you are under 2 miles to a school, they should be able to walk. Thank you. I drove. I actually put something in the hand of Dr. Waddell one night that would take kids that when a parent purchases a home and they know they're going to be bused, what difference does it make if they are bused to Forestwood or if they are bused to McCamey? It's 1 minute longer for the kids in rural western part of Flower Mound to go down 1171 straight to Forestwood. 1 minute, thank you, 1 minute less if they go through all the school zoning and all the traffic to get to McCamey. So my question is, if you bus the people that purchase their homes knowing they're going to be bused, bus them to Forestwood. Leave the people alone that can walk to their school. We purchased knowing we would walk. So I did all that driving around, and it really, I was doing it because I was fighting to keep Wellington at McCamey. But a lot of the smaller numbers of kids, like this one corner here and also Garden Ridge, some of those numbers would be fine if we just took the people that are already being bused, put them on a bus, take them to Forestwood, right? I mean, they knew they were going to be bused when they purchased their homes. Why put kids in one corner of the neighborhood that can look at McCamey, put them on a bus to Shadow Ridge, and put the others on a bus? So please just think about it.
Ken Sue.
Good evening. My name is Ken Sue, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. I have a 6th grader that attends McCamey, and I have a 2nd grader that attends Old Settlers Elementary. And I am a 12-year resident of Flower Mound, having 12 wonderful years in Flower Mound until recently, back in January, that we were being dragged into this whole rezoning process and suck out my weeknights and weekends, and which I would have much prefer to put it to a more productive use. We truly understand there are many factors like bus rides, elementary school splits, cross major roads. Those are important decisions that you will be using, hopefully, to make the rezoning decisions. However, I hope you can agree that important decisions like this has to be set out There's many important things in life to accomplish that should be anchored with a set of unyielding principles. And this set of principles, as it pertains to rezoning, in my humble opinion, should be anchored on proximity to school, because then that will impart a minimal impact and minimal burden to the students and the parents alike. With a set of principles, you will be able to make decisions that will withstand the test of time and also enhance your legacy in making the right and courageous decisions for us all. And I'd like to quote one of the website of LSSD that says that one of the goals of LSD was to create an accountability system that reflects local values. And we are here trying to tell you our local values and hope that you will listen to it and make a good decision for us. One thing I'd like to point out is that I live in Lake Forest 2 North, and many of my fellow neighbors have already pointed out that we are only 0.1 mile away from the school. So I won't belabor that point, but I'd like to point out something that all children are precious. They are not a set of accounting numbers to be moved here and there to fill voids in schools. And what we have been through in Lake Forest 2 North is that the first set of proposal has us bus 2.5 miles to Forestwood. And the second set of proposal will have a bus 2.6 miles, a little bit further to Shadow Ridge Middle School, when McKamey Middle School is only 0.1 mile catty corner to us. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me why we have to be bused when our children can walk or bike to school in minutes, which I tried this morning. And to add to that, zoning homes away from attending closest schools.
Sir, that's your 3 minutes. Thank you. Brent West is the next card.
Good evening. My name is Brent West. I live at 2109 Moonlight Bay. I'd first like to thank you all for allowing me here to speak today. You know, I find it rather ironic that I get to speak on the same day that you guys get an update on an issue where you felt that you were wronged. However, you had the opportunity to present a very thorough case as to why you were wronged. Much like everybody here, you know, nobody's happy with what's going on, but I feel like I have a very unique case to present, whereas I live in a neighborhood that is on the northwest corner of Simmons and McKamey, and I believe my daughter is the only second grader, actually an elementary school student, within that neighborhood that is going to be affected by the rezoning and pulled out of Wellington Elementary to move over to Old Settlers. And as you can imagine, the fear that might be about her every night when she goes to bed, wondering how's she going to do this. Normally when rezoning happens, there's generally 15, 20, 40 kids that are involved. However, I believe she's the only one that's involved in her school that is going to be pulled out and forced to go to another school. I know that there are things with transfers, grandfathering, which are all fine and dandy, but who knows what's going to happen in 4 years. And I personally, much like everybody here probably feels, they don't like to be felt they have their thumb on top of them, dictating their future to them or their children. So I ask that you please reconsider how those maps are drawn in a very selfish case for my neighborhood to ensure that my daughter doesn't have to go through that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's Addie Monson or Morrison? Monson, good, thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I served on the rezoning committee as one of the representatives from Forest Vista Elementary School. It was a very educational experience for all of us on the committee. I commend Dr. Rogers, Tommy Ellington, and Elizabeth Haas on their leadership, guidance, and support during the process. As you can imagine and possibly observed at the community forums, It was a very difficult task and one that we did not take lightly. We honestly read and listened to every email and feedback that the community sent to us, to you, and that they made public in the forums. Every point that a community member made tonight and during those forums was a thought or opinion expressed and shared among those same committee members ourselves. We sought to provide parity and the best educational experience for all of the children. We empathized with parents about the changes that this rezone might make to their daily lives, their commutes, their neighborhoods, their children's after-school experiences. With that, I would like to personally express my concern over the zoning of a specific Zone 247 that takes children from Forest Vista Elementary to Donald Elementary. While logically looking at the map, this neighborhood appears to make as much sense attending Donald as it does Forest Vista. What is not logical, however, is taking students away from Forest Vista who has a higher functional capacity and is underutilized. So in the current proposal, the only addition of enrollment to Forest Vista is the zoning of Flower Mound residents that are currently zoned to Vickery Elementary School. Originally projected as 90 students, I believe the current actual figure that would attend Forest Vista from this group is only 50 students. Adding 50 students to Forest Vista Elementary would only increase Forest Vista's functional capacity from its current 54.12% to 62%. If you take away those students that are currently zoned in Zone 247, you're just exacerbating the problem. That's still far under the Donald functional capacity and what they will be gaining from the Preserve, the Spanish Immersion Program, and 1-to-X technology program that's going to be implemented at Donald. One of my main concerns as a Forest Vista PTA board member is that the leadership positions, and as you know, it's very hard to get people to volunteer for PTA leadership positions a lot of times. The parents that hold those leadership positions and are on the slate for next year's Forest Vista PTA are from Zone 247. We will lose 3 and 4 of our board members. So I highly recommend you rethink that particular zone.
Thank you, ma'am. Morgan McGrath. Sorry for making you wait so long.
I am Morgan McGrath. I'm a Shadow Ridge Panther in 6th grade. And I was thinking at first, I did agree with Carson at the beginning about the electives, that we have already chosen ours for 7th grade. And I know that I want to take Spanish, and asking a lot of people around what they want to be their electives, many said that they wanted to take Spanish. And what I'm mainly afraid of is that if I go to Forestwood, that it'll be the same there, and Spanish might be too full for me to take if it's first come, first serve. And I know that learning does come first over everything, including friendship, but almost all of my friends, except for 2, went to Bluebonnet. And so now I wouldn't be able to be with them when I move. And I also do feel that when I left elementary, I'd been there for 6 years straight, and so it was really hard for me. But now I'm used to it. It took me about all of a semester. Now I love the school. I don't want to leave. And now that I might have to move to Forestwood, makes me feel as if I'm going over the whole elementary move again. And only this time it's harder because I have even more friends than I did before. And it's even harder because I've only been there for 1 year, and I don't get to experience all the years that Bluebonnet or Old Settlers kids might be able to, which makes me very sad. I know that learning does come first, and I know that I will probably have the same learning experience no matter what school I go to, but I do feel that it's going to be a very big change mentally for me, and as well as many other kids who have to do this. all I can say is if you please grandfather the sixth graders at the least, and as well as their siblings, so we can have the experience that we started and be able to finish it out fair and square. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. We appreciate your comments. Michelle Holland, Hollon.
Hello, my name is Michelle Holland. I'm a sixth grader at Shadow Ridge, and I play the alto sax. My band class is probably my favorite class of the day. I feel that if I move to Forest Wood, I'm not going to have the same experience. Also, my sister, she's in 8th grade, she's going to Flower Mound. She got to experience all the fun in Shadow Ridge, and I feel like I should experience the same. I have a little brother in Garden Ridge. He's in 4th grade. He doesn't really understand what's going on, but he did tell me once that he was really excited to go to Shadow Ridge. And I feel like, to be fair, he should go too. Also, I feel that I don't want to, if we do go to Forest Wood and we don't have buses, I don't want to cross Morris or any of that, like, busy roads, because I feel like it's dangerous to us. And also, I made a lot of friends that are from many other schools, and I feel that if we go to Forest Wood, then I will be losing a lot of friends, because I will still be with some of my old friends from Garden Ridge, but I feel like most of them are new, and that friendships aren't just like things you forget about, they're things forever. And I don't want to lose friendships that I've already made. So thank you for your appreciation.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Christine Roundtree.
I appreciate you letting my entire family speak. We all have a different approach to this. As you know, my name is Christine Roundtree, and I'm a teacher at Garden Ridge Elementary, as many of you are already aware. I have seen firsthand how this rezoning effort has impacted my current and former students. But more importantly, tonight I'm here as a mother. My own children and family are once again being put through the ringer. 2 years ago, you wanted to rezone Garden Ridge and split the school between Forest Wood and Shadow Ridge. That effort was defeated because the numbers didn't justify the move. We appreciate that you are not looking at splitting Garden Ridge this time around, but the numbers still don't justify the move. To move Garden Ridge kids to make way for children that are not even here is absurd. It will likely be another 2 years before any impact of new development would show up at Shadow Ridge, if it happens. At that point, the district's own numbers show a decline in population feeding to Shadow Ridge. So I ask all of you, if you are so certain that these children are coming and will fill up our middle school, why not zone all new development to Forest Wood? Why are my children that are already in attendance being bounced around? I have lived in the same home for about 14 years. My 2 oldest attended Forest Wood. My 3rd is a 7th grader at Shadow Ridge, and my 4th child is not sure where he will attend, but he wants to attend Shadow Ridge with his sister. We have not moved. Yet, as my family, we're looking at the 3rd middle school. We're tired of playing a game of ping pong that we did not ask to play. Please don't tell me, oh, don't worry, she'll be grandfathered. Grandfathering is great, and it should be offered to all 6th and 7th graders and their siblings, because that is the right thing to do. Stripping away our transportation, though, is not right. That is coercing us to attend the school you want us to attend by backing us into a corner. We currently have transportation. Please don't just shrug it off and say, well, we can't set a precedence for grandfathered students to have transportation. It's simply doing the right thing in a unique set of circumstances. If Garden Ridge is in fact moved to Forest Wood, what guarantees can you give us that my children will be given the same elective options that they currently have at Shadow Ridge? You've asked to freeze funding at Forest Wood, but through this whole process, all we've heard about is how less is offered there. And on a final note, I would like to remind all of you that one strand of bullying can be defined as an imbalance of power between the aggressor and the victim. And by forcing this rezoning, stripping away transportation for the rezoned and grandfathered students, and asking Garden Ridge to go to a school that currently offers less programming, you are in effect bullying our community. This district has a zero tolerance for bullying and harassment, yet here we are 2 years later with the same Garden Ridge community being told to change. This impacts my daughter's ability to participate in or benefit from her current educational programs and activities. And you can refer to the FFH local policy on that. If
Thanks,
you do
ma'am.
move
That's
forward,
your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Next name I have is Tammy Ryan.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I spoke at the first forum, which the parents spoke at. I'm going to take a little different approach. Everybody spoke about numbers. We spoke about traffic. We spoke about crossing busy roads. I'm going to speak about you listening. They're here because you're not listening. I'm here because you're not listening. When we elect our officials to support us, you're supporting us. You're supposed to take our views into consideration when you make our decisions for us. It's not lopsided. It's not supposed to be the opposite way around. I live in a community that has approximately 14 homes right now. It has the capacity of having 24 homes. It's on Old Settlers. The Adams family developed that neighborhood. The Adams family also donated land to the school district. Now the Adams family and my neighborhood are now going to pass McCamey and go to Shadow Ridge. I bought in that neighborhood for that very reason. I was very proud of the Adams family and what they did for the community. I was very proud of my neighborhood. I thought it was great. All 3 of my kids now can walk to school. They walk to the high school, they'll walk to the middle school, they'll walk to the elementary school. You know why? You haven't taken into consideration what's happening to me. I have multiple sclerosis. My husband built me a new home to accommodate my illness. I picked the home location to accommodate my illness because if my kids can't get to school, who's going to take them? You're not going to provide a bus to get them there. My neighbors who live next to me, if they're not available, they're going to have to travel to Shadow Ridge to get my kids. That's an inconvenience to me. I made my choice. I expect my choice to be taken into consideration. When we think of our elected officials, we think about what you think about us. What you're saying to us and what you're saying to my community is, really, your decisions don't matter. They do matter. They matter a lot. You have working parents that make the decision of where to put their homes so their kids can be safe when they go to school. I made the decision that I don't work, and I still make that decision of where can my kids be safe in going to school. Because guess what? If I can't get up out of bed and make sure that they're at that gate when they come in, then I need to find somebody to do that for me. A bus driver isn't going to do it. I've seen countless times in which a bus driver has a student on a bus and forget they're on the bus, park the bus, and the kid dies. I'm not comfortable with that, and I'm a city kid. I'm a city kid, and my mother made an effort to get me to and from school every day because she didn't want me on a bus. As parents in this community, we all have a choice. We have a choice to make the decisions based on our needs, and those should be respected. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lena Johnson.
Hi, my name is Elena Johnson. I'm a Forest Vista parent. I spoke at last month's board meeting to support a modified version of Proposition 2. My primary focus last month was to discuss Forest Wood's declining population and how that has impacted students and staff. It is important that I revisit and re-mention 3 points from last month. 1, Forest Wood has suffered the loss of over 11 teachers since 05-06, plus a 50% reduction in the choir and orchestra staff. And currently the choir teacher is only part-time. 2, all but 3 of the remaining teachers at Forest Wood are tasked with the responsibility of teaching either 2 grades or 2 subjects. And lastly, student ratios are 24-1, the same as the 2 overcrowded middle schools. But tonight I come to discuss what will happen to Forest Wood if you decide not to rezone or rebalance. These statistics are either from Mr. Tickner, the principal at Forest Wood, or from the LSD webpage. Forest Wood is considered currently overstaffed and will lose another teacher in 2013-14. There is no projected growth to occur in the Forest Wood zone. In 2015-16, projected enrollment will decline from a current 639 students to around 500 to 559 students, depending on whom you ask. At least 2 more core teachers and more electives will be sacrificed, and probably the loss of half a counselor down to 1. I'm here to urge LISD to move forward with a rezone of the Flower Mound Middle Schools. By reorganizing the student population amongst the 3 exemplary schools, LISD can ensure that each campus will offer equal extracurricular activities with balanced teams competing against each other, allow for the opportunity for more children to participate in UIL teams and other programs. It will employ teachers to teach one subject well and not wear multiple hats in order to effectively execute the team teach approach, and also have a better opportunity to maintain exemplary ratings across all 3 schools due to normal classroom sizes and less taxed teachers. Change is difficult, but these numbers don't lie. Balancing the student population is the correct thing to do, and I urge you to move forward with rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Genevieve Ford.
My name is Genevieve Ford. I'm a parent at Forest Vista and Forestwood Elementary, and I'm going to keep it brief. Addie covered most of my points. I live in Zone 247, which is right now slated to be moved from Forest Vista to Donald. 2 points that I'm going to make that Addie didn't cover, and they're small and minor. We take the bus, and we would still need a bus to Donald, so there's no impact to busing. We're probably one of the few people that loves their bus and their bus driver, Miss Sarge. Finally, my understanding as a parent was this all started as a discussion about how to fix the problems with our middle schools. And moving us from Forest Vista to Donald has no impact on Forestwood. We both feed to the same schools. So I'm not sure how moving us and our small numbers helps the situation. It just causes more upset families to add to what you already have on your plate. I know you've heard from us in the last week since this was a last-minute change, and quite a few of our residents in our 2 neighborhoods have contacted the board members. So I'd strongly, encourage you to consider leaving us at Forest Vista. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Drew Convery.
Hi, my name is Drew Convery. I have a 5th grader at Garden Ridge and a 7th grader at Shadow Ridge. I spoke at the previous public meetings, and I contacted the board on behalf of GRE and SRMS parents and students. I know that I represent a much smaller group of parents and students than the McCamey, Old Settler, Wellington part of town. And those folks have been very active and vocal, and the board has listened to them and adjusted the zoning plan accordingly. The direction of the rezone is clear, and it's a direction that asks GRE and SRMS to make almost all of the sacrifices. Items that were specific concerns for GRE and SRMS are now part of the working proposal, such as reducing SRMS enrollment to the current problematic enrollment levels at Forestwood Middle School. And it's clear that this reduction in enrollment is going to cause Shadow Ridge to lose faculty and staff, and it's going to impact its programs. And I want to remind the board that regardless of how many parents appear here for whichever schools, you are still tasked with representing all of the schools equally in this district and not sacrificing the well-being of one school for another. And since this process is not finalized, there are still actions the board can take to reduce the rezone impact to GRE and Shadow Ridge if the zoning process does not just stop entirely. Some things that need to happen to make this situation better for Shadow Ridge are to grandfather all 7th and 6th graders at Shadow Ridge and 5th graders who won an elective that is not offered at the Forestwood campus. Grandfathering also needs to cover all of the siblings for all students who are grandfathered for those previous reasons. And most importantly, because the development that we keep talking about that's going to fix this under-enrollment problem at Shadow Ridge is just not there. It's something that's projected, but we don't see any numbers realistically that are going to happen anytime in the next couple of years. we need for the district to provide transportation for those Shadow Ridge kids who are grandfathered. And I know that's something that the district does not want to set a precedent on, but the fact is you're going to need that. You're going to impact Shadow Ridge too much if you don't provide it. If you don't provide it, that grandfathering is not going to happen. Too many parents are just not going to be able to take advantage of grandfathering rules because they just don't have transportation. The grandfathering is really meaningless without that. One other thing is that for GRE students living south of Forest Vista, but
Thank
inside
you,
of
sir. That's your 3 minutes. The next name I have is Tammy Lilly.
Hello. My name is Tammy Lilly, and I live south of Wichita Trail in the Emerald Bay neighborhood. I have 2 children currently attending Liberty Elementary. I would like to thank you for maintaining our area's current feeder schools of Liberty and McCamey in the proposed map that you created. Liberty Elementary has plenty of capacity to educate students and displays a downward enrollment trend over the next few years. It would be detrimental to remove any students from Liberty Elementary. Changing our elementary school would cause an unnecessary burden by relocating students and forcing faculty to move to new campuses. Our area has geographical limitations, such as the lake and 2-lane roads that would make a bus ride to Shadow Ridge Middle School too lengthy for our students. The major road to access our neighborhoods, Wichita Trail, is currently under construction and down to one-way access. Some students in our area are already on the bus to McCamey for 44 minutes. This time is already above Durham School Services goal for bus time to be no longer than 30 minutes. In a letter dated February 7th, 2013, Bob Morris of Durham Bus Services states that there are no direct paths from the Wichita Trail area to Shadow Ridge. He said the timing and distance of a route from the south of Wichita area to Shadow Ridge would be impacted due to the absence of a direct route. Shadow Ridge is just too far to send our middle school students from the south of Wichita area. In addition to the geographical limitations, our area's student population is not large enough to make a significant difference in McCamey's numbers. Our area will only add 16 new 6th graders to McCamey next year. Thank you for recognizing these facts and leaving the south of Wichita area at Liberty Elementary and McCamey Middle School. If school rezoning must occur, my hope is that it can be accomplished with as little disruption to our students' lives as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Connie Smith.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Waddell and the board. I know historically that rezoning has been done at the school board, and the parents were just said, this is what you will do. And we appreciate the fact that you're allowing the parents to give you input, and we thank you for that. There's just a couple things I would like to address. We live in Forest Park, which is the little tiny neighborhood next to Lake Forest 2, between that and 2499. We live at the back of that complex, and my son can be at our front door 10 minutes after he leaves McCamey. It's 0.7 miles. And now you're saying we're going to be bused to Shadow Ridge, where he could walk there. I understand that the schools need to be rebalanced. We all know that there are really no easy answers. But the numbers that everybody has taken into consideration, and that I would like you to take into consideration in your discussion, based on what you have on your agenda, is that it's looking at grades 5 through 7. And from what I understand, you are mostly grandfathering the 7th grade. So I would see that those numbers almost really are not applicable. And you would probably maybe more need to look at the 4th through 6th, the declining population, and perhaps with that be able to relook at the way things are being zoned. Also, I understand that there's some concern about development in West Flower Mound, but I would like to let you know that, in case you're not aware, that a lot of West Flower Mound is a conservation district. You can only have one house per 2 acres in a great amount of that conservation district, and it's got to be septic. So there's not going to be a lot of new development out there because they don't want to put septic in there, and they're not going to put sewer in there. As far as Forest Vista, I would ask that you not take away their programs, but instead you have an opportunity in front of you. You could make them the shining star of what strategic design could be. You have the room, you have a smaller population. You could show us what strategic design could be, what the ideal strategic design could be if you utilize that space with a smaller population to show the entire, not just Flower Mound, but the entire district what strategic design really could do. So I would just ask you to keep those in mind and the numbers in mind when you have your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sam Moore.
Evening, Sam Moore. I have 3 kids, all girls, 7th grade, 6th grade, 4th grade. I am from the Lake Forest 2 North corner here, wrong side of the line. Last month when y'all did Prop 2 and you redrew the lines, you've taken everything from Old Settlers to 2499, 3040 up to 1171. The section that runs right past the high school has the public library in it. To say that that's kind of the heart of Flower Mound's not an understatement. And you've taken that heart and you shipped it down south to Shadow Ridge in order to accomplish some number game that you've got going and moving people that were in Shadow Ridge to a different school. That makes no sense. We have 11 to 14 middle schoolers in our area. That's not going to affect very much. Before my time does run out, we do have a petition and some testimonials I'd like to hand in before my speech is over. All the bullet points have been hit on. I do want to hit on 2 more. The first being my 7th grader. She's a millennium baby. She was born 9/9 of 99, Presby Plano. That day was a logjam of babies. When you have to bring them to the little nursery and have the nurse look at them 3 times a day, it was a logjam. It was a shell game of trying to keep up with where your baby is. Child care, when you're in kindergarten, was tough to find. First Baptist Coppell had to open another room to fit all these kids. Austin Elementary in Coppell, when they moved there to the 1st grade, they had to redo all the hallways so all the 1st graders had more rooms. 5th grade, over at Wellington, jump rope team. Too many kids on the team to even fit the foyer there at Barnes & Noble at Highland Village. It's just a huge class. The important thing to do on this rezoning is do nothing. Wait about a 1.5 years school. Let them get through here. Let them hit that 9th grade annex. They're going to blow the doors and windows out of that thing too. But it's going to naturally decrease as soon as this millennium crowd moves. You're trying to react to a situation that's too late to do anything about it. If you want to do something, try to fix that 9th grade school, but not now. Just leave it alone. Everyone who bought their house knew exactly what school they were going to when they bought that house. We bought the house because of what school we get to go to, or there are other factors. You're willing to drive the extra long just to get next to the lake, prettier sunset, whatever might be the case. To have my house now have to go 2 miles down to Shadow Ridge, you walk across Old Settlers and ask them, I want to buy this house or I'm going to buy my house. Which house gets to go to middle school?
Thank you, sir.
No.
And last but not least, Carson, Germany.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Germany. I'm a 5th grader at Garden Ridge Elementary. I live in Tillwood Oaks, which is 1.9 miles away from Forestwood. I would have to walk on Morris and the sidewalks in Morris are really small, and some kids will probably be playing around and fall in the street and get hurt. My parents would have to take my family to 3 different schools. That's why we should get buses to go to Shadow Ridge. I want to go to Shadow Ridge with my older brother, who will be in 8th grade next year. I also would like my younger brother to come. He will be a 5th grader next year. So please grandfather us into Shadow Ridge Middle School and give us buses. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your input. We really do appreciate it. It's 9:12. We're going to take a short 5-minute break. Are they all gone in there? Okay, so it was actually 7 minutes, not 5, but that's okay. It's government work. Okay, see, did you? Thank you all very much. We've already, on informational items, we've already done number 1, so we're going to move on to 2, LISD strategic design. Dr. Haynes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation is brief tonight on this item because we'd like to spend more of our time looking at the results of the branding committee. However, I do want to point out that our partnership advisory committee is busily at work finalizing their plans, which will be done next month, and you'll get a fuller presentation, more complete presentation later on this spring. Inside LISD is also entering the final couple of months of their work, and they were most privileged and honored to have Dr. Riddell's staff in looking at innovative learning. Very well received, and we are going to focus on principal in the morning for the next month. And that is all that we need to say about strategic design. As I said earlier, the most important part that we'll be doing will be Ms. Permetti's presentation on the branding committee work.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on. Well, does anybody have any? Okay. Moving on to number 3, change of regular board meeting dates for October 2013, March 2014, May 2014, and June 2014. Dr. Rogers?
Ms. Kyer, Board, this is an information-only item. When we approved, or when you approved the academic calendar, then we looked forward to next year's board meetings, and there are some conflicts, so we are just notifying you that the October board meeting will be the first Monday instead of the second. The March board meeting in 2014 will be the third board meeting, and the May board meeting will change and also the June. And of course, we will not have a July board meeting in 2014. Information only.
I just have a small question about that. Don't we normally change board meeting dates approved by the board? I just wonder why we're changing the dates exactly when we don't even have our current board for that next year. Just curious.
I think what you said, usually
help me.
We approved the academic calendar, but I don't think the board meetings were listed on the academic calendar. Usually when we hit May is when we approve. Impulse? Okay. Usually after, it seems like in June, we just name all the meetings for next year. That's all she's trying to.
It's my understanding, am I correct, that policy states we will have it on the second Monday?
Yes.
And that's why we're changing now, because there's no school on those days, or there's a, is that correct?
I think this happens every year, actually, and we always meet at the same time. The public knows that. So when we see conflicts in the calendar that we've adopted, sometimes we don't catch those right away. Just we should, but we don't always do that. And I think every year we end up having to make some kind of adjustment like that. We just try to do it at a time when, if we do it, that it's we're not on a holiday, people have an opportunity to be a part of the board meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rogers. A TASB Policy Update 96.
Madam Chair, I broke my promise to the board saying that we would not have any more updates prior to the legislative session. Well, we do. One last update, and this is mainly some realignment of policies as well as modifying or clarifying language in legal. There are no substantive changes. This is mainly organizational changes for TASB Update 96.
Okay, you're forgiven. Okay, moving on to discussion items. Monthly financials, bond report, and new construction report. Dr. Burnett?
You have the monthly financials as of January 31st in your packet, and if you have any questions about that or the bond report or the new construction report, we'll be happy to elaborate on it.
Ms. Fowdy?
And the report states that we still anticipate wireless will be in all facilities by beginning of the next school year, correct? Making public record of that. I think the kids will be very ecstatic.
Yes, they should be very excited. Okay, anybody questions, concerns? Okay, seeing none, moving on to number 2, schematic design phase for rebuilding Kamey Elementary School. Exciting stuff.
Yes, ma'am, it really is. We had a really inspirational charrette committee, a design committee meeting over with at Kamey Elementary on the rebuild of that. I'd like to invite Irene to come forward and do a very brief presentation about that. We'd like to recognize and say thanks to any of our design committee members from Kamey that may be here tonight. I don't seem like I saw a few of them, but yes, we have them over there. Would y'all please stand?
And Irene, this is the fun stuff, so, for us at least.
Okay, well, Ms. Kyer, members of the board, Dr. Waddell, we're very excited to be here today to tell you a little bit about the redesign or the new design for Kamey Elementary. Just to give you an idea in the schedule, we are at the schematic design phase. We will be back to you in May to present to you design development. And at this point in time, we're looking at completing construction documents by August so that we could start construction on the project in September of this year for completion by December of 2014 and opening the campus in January of 2015. So, yes.
People are not going to understand that we're opening in the middle of the school year, so could you clarify? We're building a different building.
Exactly. We're building a brand new building that would be located right behind the existing school. So this would be a rebuilding of the existing campus. And again, we'll be working to see if there's opportunities to make that better or if it makes more sense to open in May or in August this school year as we develop the plans and work with the campus to develop what the best plan for Kamey will be. So we held charrette sessions on February 12th, 13th, and 14th, and we started here with a group representative of parents, community members, staff at the campus, administrative staff, and then most importantly, students. We moved to Kamey on the 12th in the afternoon and had the opportunity to have most of the classes come through to visit while we were working on campus. The other thing that was very exciting about it is that the group of students sent us a video explaining to us and to the whole charrette committee what some of the things they would like to see in the new school would be. So getting and working with their input and working with the committee, we arrived at something, and as Dr. Burnett said, a very inspirational process that everybody really, truly enjoyed. So to share with you the new Kamey Elementary, just to This is Arbor Glen Road in Blair Oaks. The existing KAMI, you can see it located on the front. It fronts on Arbor Glen. It has a visitor drop-off area right here, and it has all the staff parking directly past Arbor Glen. This is the Colony High School is located right here. So as we worked with the committee, one of the main concerns was traffic to access KAMI because of the high school location and everybody having to feed through Arbor Glen. So it became very evident quickly that it would make a lot more sense if the building faced Blair Oaks Drive, so it could we could relocate parent traffic to South Colony Boulevard, being that it is a much larger road and a feeder into the campus. So we flipped the building around. It also allows us to build the new school while the existing school is in session. We will be demolishing. This is about a 12-classroom wing in the back of KAMI. We're looking at options for the campus to demolish 6 or 8 or the whole wing, depending on how we can make it work, either by providing portables or relocating some of the classrooms in the building. The new KAMI will face Blair Oaks, and we will have a long parent drop-off area as well as visitor parking in the front. We will be relocating parking to this piece of land that is currently owned by the city of the Colony. The folks there was representatives from the city of the Colony at the charrette, and they are very cooperative with the school district in wanting to provide solutions and options that best suit the students at KAMI. So we have relocated parking to the back, as well as looked at possibility of bringing buses in from South Colony to this location, and as well as giving this other option. So buses could also come off of Arbor Glen, with the concern that Arbor Glen is really, truly a very narrow road, and buses coming that way is very limiting. So, but by providing 2 ways in and out, giving the most flexibility to the campus, we're also showing a pre-K and kindergarten drop-off also off of that drive. By locating the building this way, it allows us, again, to keep the existing building operational, and we could locate a playground area to this side, as well as working with the city. There's a playground just to the north of the campus that the district will be able to work with them and use during construction. And this is an aerial view of the project. Again, this would be the main entry relocated towards the north. Looking at the first floor plan, you have the main entry to the building. As you access the site, it has a learning hub or library directly accessible to the right, administration to the left, and we're showing a security vestibule so that all visitors will have to check in administration before being allowed into the campus. Right opposite that main entry is a courtyard, so students will be able to step outside either from the cafeteria or from the library or from the classrooms to do activities on nice days. This half of the building is kind of the more shared spaces, so the cafeteria and kitchen, music classroom, gymnasium, as well as the library. And coming to this side, these are all grade level classroom areas or pods or communities. So the first one being kindergarten and pre-K, first grade and second grade. We have some special classrooms like art and some of the special education classrooms on the first floor. And this building, let me go back. I guess I can't. Okay. As you come in, you'll be able to traverse through this whole main street that ties the whole building. So as you come into the building, this would be your view. Walking into the building, that is that courtyard opposite the main entry, the library to the right, the learning hub that really spills over into the common space. And this is a view from the learning area towards the learning studios, which is a 2-story classroom wing. So there will be, this is to the right, that same courtyard, and the library to the left. Second floor would house 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. So your older students would be on the second floor, younger students on the first floor. Looking at the classroom areas, this is something that we're still developing with the campus, but each one of them would be self-contained and would include a workroom for teachers, as well as storage, staff restrooms, student restrooms, storage for the whole grade level, and a collaboration space where the students can come out and work together in teams. We are looking, and we will continue to develop with the campus the configuration of the classroom, but one of the things that was very important to them was having the ability to go from one classroom to another one for team teaching, collaboration, and also for evacuation and an emergency to have the communication between two classrooms. This is a view of the main entry as you would see it from the road. This would be in the visitor parking and the drop-off area. We borrowed some of the language from the neighborhood by incorporating the brick and the color that is most contextual in the area, as well as the main entry canopy mimics the logo of the colony, the city of the colony, which has a sailboat. So again, working in concert with the city, building something that is truly representative of the colony. And this is a view of the back of the learning studios, each one of the two-story classroom areas with the collaboration spaces having the glass. When we started the charrette, as I mentioned, the students gave us a video of what they wanted, so we wanted to respond to them with a video of what their building could look like. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think most of the things that the students asked us for, we were able to provide other than the swimming pool.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Irene.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you. Knowing that Blair Oaks is a fairly busy road, and looking at the drop-off point, the main entrance coming in, I'm looking at the site plan right now. That's good. It appears to me that where you've got the drop-off, and I'm gauging this from my kids' schools, that there's not enough room between Blair Oaks and where they will be dropping off, and it looks like they will be backed up pretty much and pretty regularly with that short of an area for the cars to get onto Blair Oaks, dropping off their kids from the entrance of the school.
Well, we will look at it and we'll work with the city in that. What we try to do is locate the drop-off as far north into the site so we can take the cars off of the road and provide as long a stacking area as possible for those parents to pick up and drop off and go, with the parking not backing into it. But we can look at that. I will look at how many cars can be stacked and what the volume of cars would be and see if that would create a problem backing into South Colony. We can look at that. Thank you.
Just, I don't know what the exact, I'm guessing what the length of that is, but we did that at a school in our previous district, a similar kind of deal. We were able to take most of the cars off the street during drop-offs, and it really, we didn't have much of a traffic problem because of that. When you have a long enough drop-off lane, like, it looks like that's what that is, it really makes a big difference. Especially width also makes a bit of a difference on that.
Absolutely. We're showing that it would be double, so it could be double stacked, but again, would just always carefully about kids cutting across cars. So, but we'll make sure that that is as long as possible and that we don't create a problem in South Colony.
Well, my concern is not the stack area behind the drop-off. It's from after they drop them off, getting on to Blair Oaks, trying to cross that traffic to the left. It looks to me like that's where you're going to have a stacking problem.
So right here, as they're coming out and going back up.
Yes.
Okay, we will look at that.
What about parking? That's always an issue at elementary schools. Are we going to save some of the parking from the current, those parking spaces from the current existing parking lot?
We were not showing that, but that is something that could be reviewed. We're thinking that with the parking that is here, also the parking that's at the park, and again, the city of the Colony has been very helpful and very cooperative, as well as the visitor parking, that it should take care of some of that, but we can study that. We just, as soon as the building comes down, this will become all the new playgrounds for the existing school. So making sure that we have a right balance there.
All those PTA shows and stuff, elementary school parking's horrible.
Yes.
So.
Can you just briefly explain the charrette process and how community members were invited to become involved or how they have a voice in the process?
Absolutely. I believe the campus was tasked with creating a list of folks to invite people in the community that participate in the building, parents of kids that have been in the school for a long time, new parents, as well as staff and members from the district. So the process was we spent 3 days working together, and what we did is we elicited comments and input from everybody that participated so that they were able to give us what their concerns be, what their goals would be for the building, and what challenges they would see in the process. So we identified strengths and weaknesses of buildings and started working together and to the right solution. So again, when we looked at the site, the traffic was a challenge of the site. So as a group, we drew several options until we could arrive at something that everybody felt comfortable with. And then as we developed the building plan, we had several options that the group worked together with us at developing. We were on site the whole time, so in between sessions, people came in and gave us input, and we tweaked and changed the plan depending on that. And as a group, they all voted for what they felt was the right solution for everybody.
I'd just like to make a comment of thank you for that phenomenal process, and also to Dr. Waddell. When I first came to the board, and Brenda as well, 3 years ago, this was one of the first schools I visited. And a teacher had invited me because she was having a lot of physical problems in her classroom with the facility. And you could tell they'd put a bunch of bright paint on it. We had to make it bright and beautiful. And it's bright, and it's very cheerful when you walk in, but there were holes between the foundation and the walls, and critters coming through, and you could see outside from the inside. And I went into the library and just put my hand on the shelves, and one of them fell apart, and books were all over the floor. And I mean, that's part of a new building, is shelves and all of those things that make it functional. And it was obvious in just like 20 minutes the school had some major issues structurally. When Dr. Waddell, when you came in, we asked you to reanalyze and help us be flexible with what we were allocating for bond dollars in the future. And I think this is a great example of where that facilities assessment plan, even though it took a long time, and I was one of the people harping, when will that be done so we can move forward? I think it's definitely paying off, and this is an example right here, because this is going to be beautiful. It's just so exciting to think that we're embarking on this, and I wanted to make those comments because this school, these kids, these teachers, I mean, they truly deserve this. It's beautiful. So, job well done. Can't wait to see the final product.
Thank you very much.
Everybody else all set? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask Ms. Callahan, could you come up to the front and just share very quickly, I know our time is tight, but this is so very, very important, what happened at your open house, and how was the response of your community regarding the vision?
Oh, I tell you, I think I still get teary-eyed when I see the school, just because I've been there for 8 years, and you're absolutely right. One day we walked in the building, there was a rat fell from the ceiling because our building is very, very old. But open house night was truly, truly amazing. I mean, we had parents that were generation of parents that had been there before, their kids. I mean, they were just so excited that we were having a new building, and they were like, oh, we're going to top the high school, and, you know, it became a competitive issue, but they were just so excited. We had grandparents that came in that were walking the building, reminiscing about parts of the school, and so everybody is just so excited, and the Colony is just such an awesome community. I know the city of the Colony worked really well with us, and you know, one of the guys, his son does go to our school, so that helped a lot, and he was on the committee. I didn't pick him or anything like that. I did not. But our open house was truly, truly amazing, and like I said, I've been there for 8 years, and that was the best open house ever, because everyone was in the cafeteria, and they were out talking and just all excited. So it was awesome. It was. And so since I have this opportunity, I just want to thank you guys so, so much, seriously, from the bottom of my heart. I've been there for 8 years, and yes, we have bright yellow paint, which was my idea, because we had dogwood blossom for the whole entire school, and it was just depressing. So it is a bright, bright yellow, and because I had to spark the school up some kind of way, and that was the only way that I could do it. But no matter what, even though we have holes, cracks, foundation problems, and I have a big, huge hole in my ceiling, the kids are learning. And so the teachers come every day to teach those kids, even when we have to put the trash cans out in the hallway to catch water, even when teachers have to call me on the weekend, Ms. Callahan, could you go move that bookshelf because we didn't know it was going to rain. Our kids are still learning. And so no matter what, we're excited about the building, but as long as the teachers are doing their job every single day, despite the physical attributes of our building, that's what makes my job easy, and I'm just excited. So, hope you guys come out for the opening. I'll be there, I promise. Right, Dr. Woodard? All right.
Okay, so all set. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on to number 3, LISD rebranding logo unveiling. Dun, dun, dun. Ms. Permetti.
Thank you. Is this on? Board? Okay, good. Thank you, Board, for giving us the opportunity to talk about how we're building a better brand for Lewisville Independent School District, and to bring you up to date on the process, to kind of whet your palate to see which logo was that received the most votes. We established a subcommittee of the strategic design team and included 2 advertising graphic design students. And here's a list of our committee members. Mr. Foster is in the audience tonight, along with Leanne Bandy, who painstakingly went through this process, but I think it was very exciting. And we had 2 students, Katie Cotton and Ashley Wood, who were fabulous and very vocal, which was, they were smart. Those 2 were smarter than all of us combined, and we all recognize that. We started the process in late September, and we had 2 concepts drafted by November. We decided to go with a local firm, Maple Leaf Creative. They're in the audience. I hope they would please stand. They're a local firm. They have children enrolled in our district. We decided to go with the local firm because we wanted a personalized experience, but also they were more flexible in their financial request of us, because if we had used a big Dallas firm downtown, they would have charged us more than $100,000, and they were gracious, and our cost was $15,000 working with them, and their role was to facilitate the process and deliver 2 conceptual designs. And the meetings each had a specific focus. And so we talked about the importance of branding. We looked at our current logo to determine if our current logo reflected our brand, which is the strategic design. And as a whole, we said no, it did not. It was it didn't reflect the future and where we were headed. We also identified stakeholders, and the group came up with 30-second speeches sharing our brand, and we identified those stakeholders, and they were fantastic. And then we developed elements of effective logos and taglines. From those 30-second speeches, we identified keywords that were very important to us, and I won't go through all of them, but those are the words that came from those speeches that we identified that was very important and that reflected our brand. So based upon those keywords, the group came up with this tagline: real innovation, limitless opportunity. So we had 2 concepts. One was we called the progressive stars. And overall, we thought this option was used professional and muted colors, communicating a clear strategy. And it also symbolized innovation as the stars build upon each other to form a full star. The swoosh line creates a foundation reaching onward and upward, aligning with limitless opportunity in the strategic design and tagline. The metallic shade effect on the stars is a modern design twist not used by other organizations, and we thought it showcased our state-of-the-art thinking. In concept B, we called it the LISD burst, and the color palette is used to create a horizontal effect between a blue sky and the green ground. The 3 lines of movement below the star symbolize students, community, and staff raising the star upward to burst past the barriers of education as we know it today. The shield or the crest shape also represents unity among all stakeholders, and this logo strategy is meant to communicate real innovation and unique opportunities. We put the vote out to, we put it out to the community. It was an overwhelming 5,408 votes for the progressive stars. We also had a total count of 6,751 votes. I've done this in a previous district, and we got nowhere the kind of community input that we got for this. And when I've talked to my colleagues across the state, they've been extremely impressed with our turnout, which is also reflective of our Crystal Award that we received. Overall, where we're going to go from here, our office will continue to manage the brand. And what we'll do is we'll come up with some logo concepts for multiple uses using the starburst. So depending on shirts or other kinds of things that you want to have the logo on, we'll make sure that we will appropriately use the logo specifically, and we'll identify those guidelines, and the district will develop those guidelines. We also develop any future letterhead, electronic communication, what have you, in using those logos for the district. Our next steps: once the board takes action, we will launch our mobile app with the approved logo. We'll redesign the district website to focus on our brand, and then we'll begin implementing district and campus marketing plans highlighting our brand. And this has been a big initiative of our leadership team, and Dr. Waddell is definitely those marketing plans. Additional rollout is that we've had a lot of questions about what to expect in the rollout, and all current paper, letterhead, and business cards must be used. So we won't have any dumpster divers pulling out reams of letterhead that wasn't used. You have to use all what you've already ordered, and when you need to reorder because you've run out, then you get the new materials with the logo. Also, uniforms and vehicles will continue with the old logo until new orders must be made. So it'll be a phase-in process. It usually takes 2 to 3 years to do it. It also helps minimize our costs. So everything will be used, and then they can order. I opened up my business cards. I probably have about 300 cards left, so I painstakingly knew I had to wait to reorder my business cards until they're all used up. So that's the expectation of our principals and our departments. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to ask, but that is the process.
No, we've just seen that you can hand out your business cards to everybody in here, too.
Oh, yes. My contact information won't change, so yes, I could have done that. So, any questions that you may have?
So is that the color scheme you're proposing as well? My question basically is, did the committee discuss concerns for color as far as like with the feeders, that it's blue, and we have 2 feeders that are blue? I know the last one was purple. Someone had told me it was purple because it was unique and not identifying itself with a feeder. I mean, not that I'm saying that matters because I like the blue and gold, and we don't have a high school that's blue and gold. So, but was that a concern from the committee, or were they fine with it?
I don't believe we really talked about specifically each feeder pattern in high schools. I think we talked about what resonated with, a forward-moving district and identifying colors that was mainly focused on forward-thinking, state-of-the-art thinking, those kinds of talking points that we focused on. And so we wanted, purple's a great color, but we wanted something that was really more high-tech, high-moving, and more robust for our brand.
Just for the record, I like blue and gold. I think it, and I like this logo.
Thank you. Well, so did 5,408 people. So
I was one of those 5,000 people.
I
But
was
my
too.
question is, on the redesign of the district website, are we outsourcing that, or do we have someone in-house that'll be working on that?
we outsourced our website, the functionality of it, and they will redesign just the front page versus the whole other templates. So, but we do outsource it because it's more cost effective than hiring a programmer in-house to be able to do all those things. A few years ago when we were looking at costs, it was more cost effective to do it that way. And that's part of our contract with them. And it will not cost us any new additional dollars to redesign that front page. We're needing to do it because we've progressed as a district. And if you remember when we launched the front page, Dr. Waddell wasn't here, and we didn't have strategic design, and we didn't have all these community committees. And regardless of the logo, we have to redesign it because it's becoming cluttery, and we need to make sure our brand is at the forefront.
Good job. Thank you, Karen.
Team and Maple Leaf, they did a fantastic job. We couldn't have done it without the group.
Especially the two students. They were great. Very well spoken, too. Okay. Is it okay with the board if we jump over the Flower Mound High School and just go to the clarification of the rezoning and development area? Is it all right? We just get rid of that first? Does anybody have any questions regarding that? Do number 5? Jump over 4. So I'm not missing 4. I'm changing the order. Just so we can get rid of number 5. Or just approve it, or just talk about it. Anybody have any questions, concerns?
I have a question.
You do? Ms. Latham?
Why are we even talking about this again? I thought we already decided this.
Yeah, well, it's really we're talking about it now. Yeah, okay. Ms. Ms. Fowdy, would you like to?
We'll explain it to you.
Because if my memory serves me right, we already decisioned this, so.
Well, that's why we're calling it clarification. When we did the rezoning last year, there was no construction east of Josie Lane. And really, we were talking about high school attendance zones, Hebron, the Colony, and then the impact on Killian. And so we made the change, drawing the line, the boundary line over along Parker Road, and then up to the railroad track on the east side. I think it's just our belief is, but we just wanted to double check that with the board, that we only directly addressed middle school and high school in our language because there were no kids over there. I think the assumption was that it included elementary boundaries, but we did not specifically say that. So what we're just trying to do is get a sense of the board as far as that's concerned, and make sure that was what your assumption was when we went through that process. And they would be, those kids, and there's one there now, would go to the new and spectacular Caney Elementary School. And then they're already zoned to middle school in the Colony, and they're zoned to the Colony High School. So we just need to clarify that that was the intention of the board, that the elementary kids in that area would also go to Caney Elementary and stay with their feeder pattern.
Well, I thought that's what we did. It's not in the minutes.
No.
When I voted on it, I thought we were voting, and I understand that wasn't in the minutes, but we had so much discussion about K-12 feeder, straight feeder. I thought we voted to create a K-12 feeder, so I am fine with the clarification.
I think that's what everybody believed, but there's no set language in the minutes, so we just have to make sure that it's in the minutes so that we have the backup for when we rezone people.
Then for clarification, that zoning was to include K through 12.
That was my understanding. We just wanted to be sure before we, as we start filling in with elementary kids, that that was your intent.
Okay, so I have a question. This western boundary, that's Josie, correct? But isn't part of that, in that whole rezoning process, didn't that also include the undeveloped area of Castle Hills? But just for high school? So where do they go to elementary school? Right. So then that western side of Josie would go to Independence, Killian, and then Hebron.
We discussed at the time, because we have an elementary site and a middle school site, or I should say we have two sites on Josie Lane south of 121, that is this filled in, that there would be a new elementary and new middle school constructed there to hold that population. And there is already plans, concrete plans, for both sides of that to be developed. It's underway at this time. So Castle Hills is already beginning construction. They have a construction site set up right on Josie Lane. So they're going to be building both multifamily and single-family homes between Josie Lane and Castle Hills North, and Austin Ranch is beginning construction primarily of multifamily homes east of Josie Lane. So we did discuss that during the rezoning process last year, that we had those sites there, and it is our anticipation that we're going to have to build a school, two schools, probably a middle and an elementary school, that would be part of the colony feeder pattern south of 121.
My question was about where those students are going, but I feel like, I know there's no students there now, but if they're in construction, that feeder, I mean, that's the one thing that I think we don't want to do is split middle schools. I mean, that's part of the reason we changed the boundaries before. I mean, not like for middle school, the feeder, that it's a true feeder instead of, your kids go to a Hebron elementary and middle school, and then all of a sudden they go to the Colony. Which I thought, and I wasn't here, but I thought the understanding was that this area was all going to be zoned to the Colony, so that they had that true feeder as well.
It is. And when that finishes developing, we're going to have to put a new middle school in south of 121. So those kids, all those kids north of Parker Road will end up going to a new middle school.
I need to pull up the maps from our meetings, which is good files, because something about this map bugs me. And I'm not sure what it is. So are we going to have this on our next month's agenda to take
Yeah,
action
the votes,
on?
yeah, the votes next month, so.
If I can ask for clarification, because we didn't move the elementaries like we thought we did, where that map is right now is zoned to Hicks Elementary, which is full at capacity, correct? Or almost. And then the area that is zoned to the Colony High School that is not shaded in is currently zoned to Independence. So you've left the Independence area because there's room at Independence. And the blue shaded area because of capacity issues and that there's an apartment complex that has just opened. You've gone ahead and addressed the larger scope of the area. So the difference on that map is the elementary line that exists right now.
We all set? Okay. Moving on to the Flower Mound High School feeder pattern rezoning recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Kyer. First off, Ms. Latham, we'll have the other maps on the other zoning for you before the next meeting. What we've all been waiting for, this has sort of seemed like one of our committee meetings because we spent a lot of time. I want to once again thank the committee for all their work. Really, you have the information. I appreciate the work that you did at the board workshop on February 27th because I believe you saw sort of what the committee struggled with as far as trying to come up with proposals. The folks that spoke tonight talked a lot about what the committee talked about, proximity, about safety of their children as far as crossing major roads, as far as how to grandfather. And those are questions that certainly you as a board are going to have to answer. But we have provided you the map of Proposal 2 with the modifications that you suggested on February 27th. So really, I want to just use this time to answer questions from you.
One quick question I have, well, I actually have a lot, but quick one. I heard it mentioned numerous times, and I want to clarify. In our previous board workshop meeting, Dr. Waddell talked about freezing the current programming at Shadow Ridge Middle School, correct? Not Forestwood. Forestwood has already lost programming, and that's part of our issue.
We were looking at not making changes on campuses that were affected by rezoning. In other words, if they were not, if their demographics based on the staffing model showed that they were going to lose staff for next year, but we were contemplating adding students, then we weren't going to make those changes. So that wouldn't just be Shadow Ridge, that would be Forestwood, perhaps Donald, any campus where the rezoning proposal indicated they would receive additional students. If that impacted the staffing model, then we wouldn't make those reductions because we didn't want to go back and redo that.
And how are you going to add the programming back to Forestwood? That seemed to be
Well,
another concern.
It's not a matter of adding it back. And I don't have in front of me what programming has been lost. But we'll strive for equity between what we, I think there pretty much is equity in terms of offerings, such as in music and those kinds of things. So it would really be more in terms of the actual staffing, the kinds of, the number of teachers that are there, or other support staff, such as counselors, assistant principals, and those kinds of positions.
Somebody else help me then, because I thought what we heard was at Shadow Ridge, they have symphony,
They have a jazz band.
a jazz band, thank you. And they do not have that at Forestwood, and there was one or two other programs.
Yeah, Ms. Latham, I think it's important to understand a couple of things about electives, whether you're at a middle school or a high school, and some of that's driven by teacher certification, some of that's driven by student request. In other words, and I provided to you at the board workshop as board members, the request list of all the students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at the 3 middle schools that we're talking about. And really, the requests are nearly identical as far as offerings. What happens, though, is because some schools have less students, then, of course, program size may be different. Or if there's more students that request a particular class, for instance, McCamey offers outdoor ed. We hear that sometimes, that they have the outdoor ed program. I was the first campus, as far as high school, when I was at Marcus, to offer outdoor ed. It wasn't because there were students banging down the door that wanted it. It was because I had a teacher certified that I could offer that. So sometimes course offerings are determined by more than just numbers. Does that make sense? In other words, they may be able to offer jazz band because that's an area of expertise for the band director at Shadow Ridge, and yet they don't offer jazz band at McCamey, which has more kids. So sometimes it's not just the numbers of requests that determine programs.
A good example would be my daughter was in Flower Mound High School. She was in orchestra. And at that time, that the orchestra director there loved to play the fiddle, loved Texas. So they had the portion would go out there, the Flower Mound fiddlers, and everybody loved him. Well, he left the district, moved out to West Texas, and Ann Smith is not a fiddler. She is jazz and the quartet type of stuff, long hair stuff. So needless to say, Flower Mound fiddlers do not exist anymore because she could not fiddle, and so she could not. Well, it's not that she couldn't; she didn't really like to, but at least that's what she told me. But anyway, so that's what. So she changed it because that was not her expertise, and she didn't think she could continue with the fiddlers to the level that they were. So I think, if there's at orchestra at Forestwood, I know has been cut, which means that there's less classes. Used to be full day, now it's half day. But for a while it was half day, and then it was full day, and now. So because of the smaller population, so the program hasn't disappeared altogether, it's just gotten smaller. So, it's always better when you have a teacher there for the whole day instead of having to split between two schools. The students like it because they get to see the teacher all day. So that's what I think a lot of them are talking about when it comes to cutting programs. It's not that programs aren't there, it's just that they're smaller. So, but they did talk about, but we did talk about freezing as the grandfathering takes place and everything that goes through to make sure that no programs are lost and that it continues on. I know that's what we had mentioned, not just at Shadow Ridge, but at Forestwood and Donald and Forest Vista.
So, Mr. Rogers, are there what programs are offered at Shadow Ridge or McCamey that are not offered at Forestwood?
From my recollection, jazz band is a Shadow Ridge one. Outdoor ed is the one that's offered at McCamey. As the person who supervises fine arts and athletics and so on, certainly I don't want any program, career tech, not to be offered. And so my point is, I believe every kid deserves the opportunity to participate, but you can have the exact same number of students at Marcus High School and Flower Mound High School, and you probably still would not offer the exact list of the same electives.
I have a question. I have several, but I want to start with one of when are we, talk about when we pass the rezoning boundaries, when we're thinking of starting all of this, because that came up a lot in the audience and emails, so we really need to discuss that. I'm saddened that all these people that came to speak, over half of them left, so they can't hear us talk about it, but maybe they'll listen to us on the internet.
I bet they will. Ms. Duke, first off, you discussed as a board the idea of grandfathering, that it seemed pretty apparent at the February 27th board workshop that you as a group wanted to expand the grandfathering. That's something that you determined, not administration. Certainly, I concur with some of the concerns by some of our citizens that because of the timing of the year, they bring up some very valid points regarding, some of them have filled out registration for next year. And so, if you're asking for my recommendation, certainly I would hope that you would grandfather certainly more than what's in FDB local. But that's certainly your prerogative, not mine.
But weren't we talking about waiting, Dr. Waddell, about waiting a year instead of rushing it? I mean, not just grandfathering.
We hadn't made a
but-
decision on that.
Right,
but
it was a discussion.
That's a possibility that that could be done.
Okay.
I mean, there's good arguments both ways.
Right.
Grandfathering probably, if you wait a year, you're just content, yeah. And whereas grandfathering, you kind of take care of a lot of the concerns that would be there, if you, as Dr. Rogers suggested, you grandfather more classes than what the minimum that our policy calls for.
Okay, if we talk about grandfathering, what about, talk to me a little bit about, I know we've never done this before, busing from the Garden Ridge zone, if they got moved to a different middle school, about busing them to Shadow Ridge, to Shadow Ridge.
From Shadow Ridge to Forest Ridge.
Thank you, yes.
Certainly, some of the citizens, spoke to that effect, that we've never done that because it does set a precedent. We grandfather lots of students when we do rezoning. As we said at the very first meeting, we have a wonderful problem, and that is no one wants to leave the schools that they're currently in. And so we have never bused those students that have been grandfathered in the past. Mr. Ellington certainly might be able to speak more details about that if you have, more questions about it.
Anything you decide to do, we can do. The problem with doing that, there's no funding for it. And I want to remind everybody, the state has not, we heard earlier tonight in the first presentation on the lawsuit that this district lost $54 million the last 2 years, $54 million. That's about 14% of our budget in 2 years. The state has not increased funding for transportation since the mid-1980s. They have the same 2-mile limit that they fund for, but that funding has not been increased. I do believe things like diesel fuel have gone up since 1985. And we're still, and our district is much larger than it was at that, in that period of time. So anything we do, we'll receive no additional funding from the state and we'll be doing that with the less amount of funding that we've received from them in the last 2 years. The thing you get into on this, is that what you do here, and certainly understand the argument. I totally understand the argument. But anything you do here, you're going to have to do anywhere in the district. So in the Colony, in Carrollton, in Frisco, in Plano, we'll have to apply that standard because there's not you won't have an argument to not do it. Another thing, we're liberalizing our choice. And in a way, grandfathering is a choice issue. It's giving people a choice. It's restricted choice. You can remain at the school that you went to, or you can go to the one that you're currently rezoned to. But we're also liberalizing our choice through policy. We just did that. And if that's done to a greater degree in the future, it conceivably opens up an argument there as well. So just putting the things to consider, no addition, the state is not adding money for transportation. They've cut overall district funding. It's going to have to come out of available funds. If you set a precedent, it's going to be a precedent that will be applied across the district.
I don't support added transportation, but I do support kind of generous grandfathering, particularly when it pertains to middle school, simply because middle school students are there for such a short time, and I think sixth grade is kind of, I just think the middle school years are kind of a unique time in a student's life. So, I mean, that puts us, if we were to do something like that, that puts us in a rather interesting position in terms of solving our problem. Because we won't see the real effects of it for perhaps some time. So I don't know, but I do think, I don't know if, I feel very strongly about middle school kids and not moving sixth graders who are already there, and given the timing of how we've done this, which I would see if perhaps when we look at this in the future, if we can move it to the fall so that everyone knows where, if we have to make those decisions, that we make them in the fall so that when it comes time for enrollment, fifth graders know where they're going, or, more clear cut. I'm not a fan of the spring time issue. My other just question is wanting to know how many students, elementary and middle, are in the woods of Wellington. Because I thought at the board workshop, one of the questions I asked is, are we keeping all of our neighborhoods together? I think that's important. And the woods of Wellington is the area of the Wellington community that sits south of Wichita Trail.
Ms. Sheffield, I think that's on your map. That's study area 197. And 197, there are 29 elementary students in that section and 31 middle school students. If you look at the green map, it has all the study areas. That's the area I think you're asking about.
May I ask another question?
Yes.
I agree with Ms. Sheffield about not wanting to move middle schoolers because they have enough issues just being middle schoolers. But if we extend the grandfathering and we let, 6th and 7th and 8th graders, we let them all finish their time at their current school, we're delaying solving the original issue, which was Forest Woods undercrowded, McCamey's overcrowded, for 2 to 3 years, correct? Yes. So then, doesn't the number of overcrowding at McCamey take a downward turn in 2 years? If my memory serves me right, I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Ms. Latham, you're correct in that this year's 7th grade group at McCamey is one of the largest And you're correct, when you look at the numbers, the committee knew this too, that whatever grandfathering you as a board decide on, that certainly changes those numbers and pushes them back as far as reaching those target numbers.
Probably not going to be absolute, though. Not everybody's going to, you open the grandfathering up, that not everybody's going to take it. So, those, it'll reduce the effect of it for sure, but it won't, it won't be 100% of any of those numbers taking advantage of that.
Well, I'm not saying that I don't want to do anything, because I absolutely, I'm very, very vocal. Not doing anything is not an option, because we have Forest Wood that is suffering because of the undercrowding. But when I'm looking at our current plan, we haven't solved the original problem, which was to increase population at Forest Wood, decrease population at McCamey, right? That was the original, what? What was the original one?
Well, one of the charges of the committee was certainly to try to address the enrollment sizes at the 3 middle schools. That was certainly one of the main charges of the group. That's all right. One of the charges of the group was to balance enrollment sizes at the 3 middle schools. So that was one of the purposes of the committee.
Well, it all depends upon the avenue that the board wants to take. We can grandfather the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders and their siblings, or incoming, those incoming classes, and then yes, it will take 2 or 3 years to flush them all out, put them into high school, get them to as they grow up. Or we could stick to the board policy and just say anybody that's entering 8th grade is grandfathered in their siblings into the school that they're currently attending. So it's really up to the board whether or not, how quickly we want this to move forward.
And
So,
I'm sorry.
No, so that's the task that we have to figure out. How quickly do we want to do this? I mean, I know that there will be some people that will prefer just to go to where they're zoned, and, because the kids will see each other next year. Or, it all depends upon the different families. Of course, we're hearing from the ones that have a stronger opinion, but there are other ones out there that are, and I know I'm getting some errs from the audience, but that are happy with the decision on, just where the kids can go. So
Maybe your questions is about how we're helping or not helping Forest Wood and McCamey are based on grandfathering, and if they are, yet I'd agree with you that it'll take longer for that to. If it's not about grandfathering, though, there's McCamey's getting significant reduction, and Forest Wood's getting significant addition in terms of the enrollment for next year. So it does achieve those goals. Maybe not ideally, but it achieves them. Grandfathering would slow that down, but it would still happen.
Grandfathering would slow it down, and we're still not where we need to be. If I'm looking at this chart right here, we need to take another 200 kids out of McCamey and add them to Forest Wood, but I don't know how to do that. Because you have such a high density of children in area of Wellington and, what's the name of these? Churchill and Lakeview. There's just a high density of kids in this one area. Been walking distance.
Ms. Latham, you're absolutely right in that's a high-density area. There's 3 schools within 1.9 miles of each other, 3 elementary schools.
I'm in favor of the liberal grandfathering, but I have a concern. It's those people that are on the west side of 2499 that are going to Shadow Ridge. And at the meeting, I was dismissed for talking about a group south of 3040, but just go with me for a second here, and I don't understand why this wouldn't work. If you take that group, if you go to Geralt Road.
To which group?
Jerome.
Okay. It's in the Shadow Ridge zone now, in your current map. It's 231, 229, 240. It's the bottom right-hand corner of your map.
The west side of Jerome. Big Canyon Drive.
Okay, that has 58 middle school students. If you go up here to the area that's it's in the center in the north, it's that which is just west of 2499. You're looking at 73 middle school students. If you take that area that's originally, and it's on your map, it's like 41. It's the far east and south. That's on the current map also. There are 66 students. It seems to me, and if we shifted those that are in the bottom right, which is the southeast corner, and shifted those to Forestwood, we took those kids that, and to me, crossing 3040 is not as dangerous as crossing 2499. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think 2499 has a lot more traffic. That area that's west of 2499, now they're closer to their home campus. The group that's moving from Shadow Ridge to Forestwood.
You're talking about the Big Canyon Drive area between Garden Ridge and Giroux, that 231 and 229? Yeah. That's what they call the spice, it's the spice people. It's like and the current Blue Bar. That's the area we're talking about right there, right? 229, 228, and 231, is that?
Yes.
Yeah, so 228 doesn't have any, has elementary.
Right.
Yeah, so with those, that group right there is the, I call it the spice area because it's named all after herbs and stuff. It's right before the town, CAC. Baker's Branch, thank you. I only go by it every day. I don't know why I shouldn't remember it. I'm lucky if I remember my own area I agree. But that's the area you're talking about there, shipping them up to Forestwood?
Yes, move them to Forestwood, move those that are west of 2499 back to McCamey, and move those that are southwest in that Leslie populated area.
Simmons Road. Yes, I see.
Back to Shadow Ridge. I think the numbers increased McCamey by about 13, but it just seems I hate that group having to travel all the way from the north side to the south side, crossing two major thoroughfares. Just seems to make more sense to me.
Yeah, but Mike, that splits up an elementary school.
Well, it'll take Bluebonnet. Bluebonnet will go to Shadow Ridge, but then part of Bluebonnet will go up to Forestwood.
Yeah, well, I thought we were trying to avoid that.
We are, but there's no perfect solution to any of this, I believe.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, is Tommy Ellington still here? Yes, I have a question. No, I can see you. Larry just ducked so I could see you. $24.99 in Aberdeen. $24.99 in Aberdeen Road. There is a crossing guard there. Children cross $24.99 at Aberdeen. I don't know the name of the subdivision. She does though. But they cross $24.99 today. Children do on their little bicycles, walking. There's a crosswalk. Do we offer bus service from those neighborhoods to those? I assume they're going to Shadow Ridge?
Yes, they do.
So why, if we offer bus service, why would those children be walking across that dangerous road? The children cross $24.99 on foot and on bicycle today because it's their choice. Wondering. It does have bus service, and they just choose not to use that bus service, so they still get their exercise in the morning going across 24. I'm just wondering because I had to stop for them.
Just to provide my input, I concur with Tricia and Brenda as far as when we do move forward with the map, even if tweaked. I am for liberal grandfathering at the middle school. I, however, don't want to set a precedent for providing transportation for grandfathered students. Can't afford it. And we would have to continue to grant that, as you said, everywhere in the district, and it would just not feasible.
Ms. Duke?
247, where, was it they kept saying 247, and I think it was 237?
Talking about Forest Vista?
Yes.
217.
17.
Okay.
Okay.
It's 217.
That's
If you
217.
look
It's
real
at the
quick, it looks
top.
like a 4.
Okay.
It's okay, yes, it's behind Sprouts. It's the 217, which is the group there that originally was in Donald, and they opened Forest Vista, and they moved that section from from Donald to Forest Vista back when they opened it, which was 1997. And I have to, concur with Ms. Monson. I think that they should just stay at Forest Vista. It doesn't make any big difference. They're still bused. Donald's getting the Toll Brothers development. They also are getting the program for the dual language, and that's adding kids in. So I think that it's a tit for tat. I just think that they can stay. There's no reason to move them. That's my personal opinion.
Are we talking about 217?
Yes, 217, since you brought it up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. And I interrupted you. I'm sorry, Ms. Duke. Did you want to say something, or are you just asking that question? Actually, that's all I have to say. I just think that they just need to stay there. I think it's just, yes.
I
Kathy?
agree with Ms. Kyer as well. Was thinking the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little square right behind Sprouts. It's and I couldn't tell you because I wasn't on that rezone. I was PTA mom back then, so I couldn't even tell you why they decided to take that chunk and put it in Forest Vista. But I think they were considering that they could put it in Forest Vista in Donald. Donald was overcrowded at the time, and they were just trying to relieve Donald. They took that chunk because they were on a bus, so they might as well just leave them on a bus, and so they put them over at Forest Vista. But now with the decreasing population over there, I think that Forest Vista is a bigger school, so the capacity is, because it is a bigger school, so they put that wing on there before they built Vickery. So I really don't think we're helping the little guys by pulling them out of Forest Vista and putting them in Donald, even though, both schools are excellent, but I think just for their sanity and their parents' sanity, that's not a necessity. So. Yeah, Ms. Ellington? Thank you. Other than that, I have to say that I like the work we did the other night, and I just think that it works.
Well, first, I have just a few general comments in regards to some of the public opinion. I will tell you that we really appreciate what the committee has done, what our staff has done, but I'm going to speak on behalf of the board. We do care about all the kids. We do agonize over these decisions every single day and think about the entire district because we know we have been elected by the people, by the parents, and we also have to know that we cannot make everyone happy, and I wish we could, but please, please, please don't think we don't care just because we can't do exactly what you want, because we do, and I will say that, and I feel very strongly that I can say that for every single board member sitting up here. I do think for this, I am leaning more towards the grandfathering, having it extended for this reboundary zone, especially for Garden Ridge. I really, that is tough, and I hear what they're saying about how they've been moved around a lot. That's tough, and while I agree we cannot provide transportation for outside the 2-mile zone because we're 130 square miles, we wouldn't be able to educate our kids. We'd just be busing them around all the time. So I would like to look at the rezoning for the 6th and 7th and the 5th grade, or siblings of those kids also. I think that's all. Sorry.
Yeah. The grandfathering, yes, okay.
What can you tell me about the construction on Wichita Trail? And when that is complete, so I don't know a lot about the history of that road or that construction. Have we ever run buses down that to Shadow Ridge, like where we go down there, go to McCamey Creek, or however you would go? Or has that never happened? Is that something that just doesn't happen now because of the construction? Am I making any sense to anyone? So when we bused people south of Wichita Trail to Shadow Ridge, like on the easternmost boundary right now, what's the travel time? Assuming that road's open, can anybody say what the travel time on a bus is from Shadow Ridge from the easternmost boundary? Oh, hold on. Well, I'm talking, no, I'm talking about the proposed rezoning. Well, I guess you don't know that because we've never done that yet.
They're the same. The western boundary going to Shadow Ridge is the same on the proposed as it is on the current.
Okay. Just trying to see.
Well, no, actually, the current, right now, for the current middle school, it goes along Simmons, which, and now it's moved up to.
I was looking at the wrong map.
It's moved out to the natural boundary past Shoreline Drive. Hideaway Lane and, yeah, Shoreline Drive.
Okay, that's correct, but they all feed onto Simmons Road.
Well, yeah, because before, we've never had to run them down Wichita Trail to Shadow Ridge because it's never gone as, this,
Right.
it hasn't gone any farther than Simmons, so it hasn't even hit Wichita, so there's no reason for us to run a bus from Wichita to Shadow Ridge.
Well, I'm just trying to find a solution for McCamey that relieves it a little bit. And I know in one of the proposals, we had looked at the area south of Wichita Trail, going a little farther, perhaps not all the way, for Shadow Ridge. But, I think that bus time is a consideration. I just was curious, once Wichita Trail is open, what does bus time really look like? I know that right now it's kind of a mess because you have to go up and around. It wouldn't make sense, but
You're going into Liberty.
Mr. Ellington, do you have numbers of, with this proposal, what the population of students will look like in 2 to 3 years?
DFW Lakeside.
I'm wondering if there's enough new moving parts that we don't need to have another workshop next week just to go over some of the information that we've got and a little more of the tweaking.
I'm listening to some of the suggestions we're bringing up, and if we go back into a workshop, it sounds like if we do discuss those, we just need to understand we'd be going back and talking about elementary boundaries again. When we had the workshop last time, we were trying to not manipulate the elementary boundaries too much, and some of the things that are coming up, which I think they're good in heart and intention, but they're going to split an elementary or shave a component off an elementary, which in the last workshop we were trying to not do as much of that and just focus, it was my understanding, more on the middle. Correct, or am I off base on that?
No, you're, because what we were trying to do is keep the elementaries and not split them. I mean, so what you're talking about is looking at moving one whole elementary out of McCamey and into either Forest Wood or Shadow Ridge, which would probably be Forest Wood. Really want to go there? If the board, what the board had talked about at the, and you guys can correct me if you want, I would appreciate it, at the workshop, was we wanted to keep the elementaries together. We didn't want to split, go one to, one middle school, one to the other middle school. So what you would have to do is that you would have to take all of one elementary school and put it either, or probably put it at Forest Wood. I know, but you were trying not to. Makes a mess. Sorry, it's just getting a little punchy there.
Ms. Latham, Old Settlers has been split two ways, in really the talk of the board and of the committee throughout the process, is they certainly didn't want to see Old Settlers split three ways, to three different.
Yeah. No, you really can't.
Not populate.
Because the numbers don't work.
But I think there were more moving parts than just that. You were talking about several things that ongoing right now that I don't think we're going to be able to come to vision on without, the software that Tommy used last time that showed us what happens if we move this to there.
Right, what the effects are.
I agree with you, but with the 217, just to be open and transparent on that, when you look at that one area in, is it 205, 206, the area that's being, for the preserve, that's a wash, because that's just starting, so you can, and those are family homes, so you can look at that and say, okay, these people are already at Forest Wood, they're going to be at the same middle school. And so you can look at that and go, I'd rather just not move them if we don't have to, when this neighborhood's going to fill in, and it'll be a wash. It'll take care of those numbers. So that was just an easy one off the top of the head where I could go, yeah. But, we're talking about getting into complex finagling of numbers, and,
Because that one there doesn't affect any kind of middle school stuff. They both go to Forest Wood, so that's just a automatic, so it's just doing with elementary.
And Ms.
I
Fowley?
don't know how the week looks next week for the board, or,
I know how it looks from there. 2 nights.
Well, it's a short week because of Good Friday, and then we are in Austin Tuesday and Wednesday. Some of us are.
following week, is that right after the first week in April? Thursday.
We'll be gone Tuesday.
Okay. I'm booked every single night of the week next week.
Thursday.
Love my job.
I do agree. It's with Mr. McDaniel, because I'm still struggling with Area 206B being right there where they can walk to they can pick up a rock and throw it and hit the daggone school. Don't clap for me yet. You'll be hating me in 10 minutes, because some of y'all don't even wait 10 minutes to hate me, by the way. But there's such a high density number of kids in this area. Yeah. I mean, it's just, but I just can't. And I don't want anybody to be on a bus, longer than we have to. And I understand inconvenience, but you're talking to a working mother who's always done whatever I have to do to make whatever it is that has to happen for my kids happen. So that's just how it is in the parent book that nobody got.
Okay, so Thursday, March 28th. And it's a workshop, so we will just be discussing more. Okay, well, everybody here can do the 28th, so Brenda? Okay.
Talk of the 28th.
Yes.
Not the 21st.
No, 21st is in 2 days. 3 days. Yeah, that's a,
We couldn't post it.
no, we can post it in time. That's good Thursday for anybody that's,
And
hopefully there'll be some kind of, sighting or something that will help us.
And I have a question. Some of these scenarios that we have brought forward, Mr. McDaniel and such, Mr. Ellington, you could pop those into the map maker for us between now and then, so we can maybe see them ahead of time, or at least have a printout for us next week on some of these scenarios? You can do it? Okay, good.
Ms. Duke, we will provide maps looking at area 197 and 217 and have alternates.
Okay, the 206 area, can we also get a specific breakdown of students K through, in that one area? The Lake Forest 2, a specific breakdown of population K through 7?
206B, you mean?
Yeah, not a general,
Lake Forest 2.
206 and
Forest
206B.
Yeah.
By
and
grade
we have
level.
a general number, but like the breakdown for that one little area? Every grade. Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can provide that.
Okay, so I guess that the discussion portion is over in this, unless, if you have any other questions or concerns or anything that you want Mr. Ellington to provide us with, send him an email. The thing is that you guys just need to have some more kids. Come on. We just need a few more. You start now. Sorry. How inappropriate. Well, it all depends. I don't know. There's a bunch of good-looking kids in this area. All right. These. Okay. Now everybody's leaving. Oh, you don't want to stay for the rest of it? Okay, action items. Oh, no. Oh, we need a motion. Okay, I need a motion to discuss action item number 1, please. Motion, Ms. Duke. Second, Ms. Sheffield. Okay, moving on. Mr. Sam.
Go to page 1.
Sam, before you begin, I'd like to
Oh,
make
you've changed it, okay.
Sam?
Yes.
Before you begin, I'd like to make a couple of comments.
Yes.
As you know, we have a new process in place, and this is something out of the ordinary, and there's a reason why we're bringing this forward for your review and approval, and this is the first time you're seeing it. If you had a chance to read the narrative, the first 2 bullets will explain to you why we are talking about insurance premiums tonight. The TRS board met in February and made substantial changes to our benefits package for our employees. Sam and his staff begin the open enrollment process next week.
Information sessions.
They have to know what the board's intent is in approving this so that our employees can make the appropriate choices for their insurance needs for the 2013-14 school year. So if you will be patient with us, I know the time is late, but this is a very timely item. There is a lot of information to digest, and Sam has done a great job trying to package and put this together so that we all can understand this. So, Sam, would you share with us that information?
We're really going to talk about 2 things. One is the district-provided life insurance. We've provided $10,000 to all benefit-eligible employees for as long as I can remember. The cost on that has gone down. Option 1, which you can see on the board, should be in your packet. If we leave the amount at $10,000, our premium decreases to 85 cents per thousand, or 8.85 cents per thousand. However, if we increase it to 15, the premium goes down a little bit lower, so the net difference in cost is about $12,000 a year for us to increase what we give our employees from 10 to 15,000. I'm sorry? It's from 82 to 9. Well, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, but from current cost to the new cost, it would be 12. Yes, sir. So that's the first item. And I think we've been trying to get that raised for a number of years. We just hadn't had the numbers, and I think this gives us the opportunity to do that. If you'll scroll up a little bit for me. This is just a little bit of history of what TRS Active Care has done since we've been in the plan. The far right-hand column shows you the employee-only cost for Plan 2, which is our most popular plan. About half our employees are in it. As you can see, it was pretty steady for a number of years. We did a great job in getting into the plan. But beginning in about 2009, you can see the rates started going up. And they have continued to go up. And in 9/1 of 2013, the rate will be $181. So from $6 to $181. Yes, ma'am.
Go back down just a little bit.
Go back up?
Oh, no, you can stay right there,
Okay.
actually.
All right.
Am I reading this right, that in 2008, it cost $6
For employee-only coverage for Plan 2, correct.
or how, $6 a month?
$6 a month, yes.
Well, I can see why they're having sticker shock, but I don't know that
Now,
I've
we're
ever
not-
seen that.
Well, if you see, it was like that when we joined the program in 2003. That's why we joined the program.
Right.
Because our costs were unbelievable as being self-funded.
We were hemorrhaging.
Yeah, we were.
Our
And it was
self-funded
awful.
plan was hemorrhaging. We had to get into the plan as soon as the state allowed us to get into it.
As soon as they said yes, we were there.
We got into it, and the TRS plan was very steady in terms of what their rates were for a number of years. They had one major rate increase in 5 years. Now they're starting to hemorrhage. If you'll go to the next page for me. At the TRS board meeting, the executive director of health services gave a report. If you go to the next page for me. Does you have another page? You don't have another. All right, what I printed off of the board notes has another page. Okay? It showed $142 million loss last year, $114 million loss current year, projected $69 million in the hole by the end of this year. TRS Active Care is hemorrhaging. They failed to keep up with medical inflation, all kinds of stuff. So they're having to make up for it this coming year. They've raised the rates significantly, and they have raised the out-of-pocket significantly. Now, we're not asking for you to absorb that. That's not what we're asking for you to do. Yes, ma'am.
So another way of saying that is they mismanaged their insurance fund.
About being liable, yes.
I'll say it.
Yes.
So this is not the board being mean
No,
to
no, no,
teachers?
no, no. No, this is
Not our HR department being
No.
mean to teachers?
No.
This was just bad management, and now they've got to do something pretty drastic, and unfortunately, our teachers are going to take the hit.
Correct. What you're looking at right now is just the current enrollment in each of our plans, TRS 1, HD, TRS Plan 1. And what TRS is doing is they're eliminating Plan 1. Everybody on Plan 1 is going to HD. HD stands for high deductible. Okay. And you can see what the deductibles are doing and what the out-of-pockets are doing. Go to the next page. Thank you. There's Plan 2. You can see the rate increase for Plan 2, and you can see how the deductibles and out-of-pockets are changing. Plan 3, I tell people don't get on it. It's not worth it. What Dr. Haynes asked me to try to do is give you an idea of what these increases, not the total out-of-pocket, but what the increases would do to our employees. So the first example is Plan 2, employee only. Annual increase for premium, annual out-of-pocket increase on deductible and coinsurance, and then what it does for each type of employee based on a 2% rate raise. So if somebody has to go in the hospital, if my wife worked for the district and had a child, it'd be a miracle, but if she did, my out-of-pocket would go up significantly. My premium would go up and my out-of-pocket would go up. So you can see what it does for Plan 1. For those employees that are in Plan 1 that have to move to Plan 1 HD, you can see that. So what we're asking for is to increase the employee-only contribution for HD. The reason for that is right now there's a significant disparity between that district contribution and what our other district contributions are. I can go into the reasons if you want to know them, but there is a significant disparity. What we're asking to do is raise this one up to $300. You go to the next page. By doing that, we estimate, you have to make some kind of an assumption, you know what doing that does to you. But based on the assumptions written up there, the people that are in HD remain, the ones that are in 1 that go to HD stay in there, and we have about 500 employees move from Plan 2 to 1 HD. It'll cost the district about $20,000. Now, if we don't get that kind of movement, we may have to spend more. If we get more movement, we'll have to spend less. But what that does is it brings that district contribution for that 1 HD employee only up closer to what our other district contributions are. Now that's a lot of information in about 10 minutes, and I spent an hour with the cabinet, hour and a half with the cabinet. So
Okay, and one of the things, Sam, that you didn't go over was
Yes, ma'am.
the reduction of how much money you can put in your
Correct.
flexible spending account, but they call it something different, and that's also not something that Sam dreamed up or the board dreamed up. That is thanks to the new health care plan.
Patient Protection Affordable Care Act has now put a federally mandated cap on the flexible spending accounts. In the past, or currently, it's an employer decision on what to cap that at. We've always capped out at 5,000. There's a lot of reasons for that. There has to be a risk on the employee, risk on the employer's side. Now, beginning 9/1/13, the cap is 2,500 per employee, which means that if you're an employee of our district and you anticipate surgery or hospitalization next year, regardless of which plan that you're in, there is no way for you to set aside enough money to cover your out-of-pocket expenses. What we're going to try to do in my office is to educate employees about the HD plan, because it's, in my opinion, it's still a viable plan, and try to educate employees on the benefits of a health savings account, which we began last fall. It's an uphill road, to be honest with you, because it's very complicated and it's got a lot of tax consequences to it if it's not done right. But that's as quickly as I can do it.
Is TRS, I mean, have we explored other?
We don't have it, we cannot.
We cannot.
Legislatively, we cannot get out of TRS active care
Ever.
until the legislature changes the law.
It was a siren song for every district getting into it. And most districts have gotten into it, but everybody knew when they got into it, they couldn't get out.
It was such a mess that it was the savior. You
No,
had to do it, because
could-
other than that, our employees would have been paying this.
We
for the
were in
last-
worse shape than TRS is.
We would have been paying, they would have been paying
In
these
03.
prices the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So at least we had a little bit of.
And by the way, rates will go up again next year. I'll be standing here
Well,
next
and
year.
this is no different than what everybody in the
You're
corporate
you're
world,
seeing-
I mean, we're.
the difference is in the
normal
corporate-
people Going to 15 to, I had a 26% increase. So unfortunately.
Right.
We're all being drained of our blood for
Correct.
this.
Correct. And our information meetings begin next Monday, and I have 17 scheduled at 17 different campuses to try to get the word out.
Sam, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did you really apply for this job? And my second question goes back to the life insurance. On average, how many people take advantage of the life insurance or families in our district?
Now, the life insurance that we're asking for the board's approval to increase is a district-provided life insurance to every employee.
Right, but how many do we lose on an annual basis, on an average?
0.001, I mean, I think we've had one active employee die
Okay.
in the last 20 years.
So my point is, and it's not much, but if we move that over to the health insurance side and benefited them somewhat.
Drop in a bucket.
Yeah.
Our budget, estimated budget for health district contribution is over 18 million. We spend 94,000 on the life insurance. It won't make any difference. I'd rather continue to provide the life insurance. It's a nice, feel-good thing.
Okay. You ready for a vote? Okay. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, Sam.
Thank y'all.
Okay, consent items. Does anybody have anything they want to pull off the consent agenda? Questions, concerns? No, I'm just asking first. Okay. I need a motion, please.
I make a motion that we approve all the consent agenda items as proposed in the agenda.
Motion, Ms. Latham. I need a second, please. Second, Kathy.
Now I can ask my question.
Okay, does anybody want to pull anything off to vote on separately? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was wondering. Before I do, I wanted to make sure there was nothing on here that, somebody else had to pull off before that. That's what I was asking, because, you guys are on to so many things. I'm not really quite sure. But anyways, okay. That was good. That was nothing. All right, Ms. Latham, did you have a question?
I actually have some comments. Very rarely, and is it recognized the money that is saved in the district? And I've seen a lot of not so nice comments on Facebook. Yes, I watch. I wanted to point out on item 2B1, and which is the LHS abatement of asbestos The district spent an additional $230,000, but you have to look at the extent of how much asbestos they found, like underneath foundations and whatnot, and getting that all cleaned up. But more importantly, item 2B2, which dealt with replacing HVAC systems and fixing some roofs around the district, they saved over $460,000. Item 2B3, which was building some much-needed safe batting cages at the different high schools throughout the district. They saved money on that project. They saved money on item 2B4, which is miscellaneous construction projects. They saved money on the summer mechanical projects. All of those projects totaled up to a total savings of $1.5 million. Somebody clap. Thanks. Then if you keep going down the consent agenda items, Michael Perry, pay attention. Flower Mound ninth grade campus and Marcus ninth grade campus. The bond money that we had originally allocated for those two campuses was roughly $112 million for both of them. But yet the contract that we just signed and the architect fees that we just that are in this CSP, we're already under that original estimate up by $13.6 million. Thank you for the left side of the room that's paying attention and clapping. Y'all are behind over here. So if you total up those CSPs that I just rattled off really fast, there's a total of over $15 million in bond savings that our district employees have come up with in all of this craziness. Now, clap now. I need a sign. But I like this one too, CSP 2101, copier equipment. A few tweaks made to that purchase order was a savings of over $80,000 that goes directly back to the campus budgets. Now,
I think they're getting tired.
yeah, but I think I wanted to be sure that we pointed those things out, and it's on the internet, so those that went to sleep 2 hours ago can see this later, that they're the efforts that some are going to save some pretty significant money.
Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Latham and a second from Ms. Duke to approve the consent agenda. So any other?
Thank you, Ms. Latham. Thank you, Ms. Latham.
It's not working. Oh, there you
They
go.
cut me off. Over there in that corner, I'll be chatting with
All
them.
right. Okay, so, all in favor? That is unanimous. And I would like to point out that the new people here, Satterfield and, I'm going to say this wrong, Quanticus. They are here. They've sat through the whole meeting. You guys get a gold star. Thank you very much, and welcome to the district. And you better do a good job, or you're going to have 7 people really, 7 people really matter.
There'll be more of them here.
Thank you very much, and welcome. Yeah, look, they're all still here, and thank you very much for staying. We appreciate it. Anyways, it is now, look at everybody's getting up and leaving. It's on 11:12, and we are adjourned. Thank you all.